Derek. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And I'm somebody who suffers from excessive Eric syndrome. Some of the symptoms are live streaming for a very long time, not doing things I should do, talking about how I'm not doing things I should do rather than doing those things. Um, Spending chunks of my time thinking about stuff that's totally irrelevant to my life. You could say I'm adult in all the wrong ways. Where am I a responsible, competent, reliable adult? Well, I'm arguing about stuff, establishing position statements about stuff or whatever. But how is that useful at all? It's not even about me, right? It's like what I'm saying is correct or incorrect. It's something, some set of position statements that somebody's making or whatever. That's the less practical a thing is, the more adult I am. The more practical it is, the less adult I am. Hello there, Lord. Let me put up the thing on the TV. And hello, Johnny Cats. How are you guys doing this fine Sunday? If you're asking yourself, Eric, do you have the football game on? Yes, I do have the football game on. Although, Lord Slim Key. It's also the case that fumble! Wow! Did the Texans get that? Wow! So the Texans threw kind of a bad a bad interception, but uh, then it looks like the Patriots fumbled. So no harm, no foul on the interception, I guess. Anywho, the Texans have the ball again. And I guess they're playing in New England. It looks to be snowing. So, like I was saying, the more important something is to handle living life, the younger my age is. The less important something is to living well and properly, then the more likely I am to be adult about it. I had a good time last night taking mushrooms. It was a good mushroom trip. And I know it was kind of a hard mushroom trip too because I don't remember very much of it really. I just have a general sense of like me talking a lot and not looking at the chat, and I remember getting mad at that guy Filer for his nonsense argument. And of course, I was. It's like that's the sort of thing. As I was going to bed last night, I was thinking about like other ways that I could explain and make things clear. Like I was thinking about how one might note that atheists, the reason they aren't believers is not because they lack reason, it's because they lack faith. So, if in fact the guy's position is we'll turn atheists into believers by eliminating the need for faith. Well, by conveying to them that they don't need to actually have any faith to be a Christian. It just seems like such insanity. But what's even more insane is that with all of the things I might concern myself with in life that actually matter to me in my life, what was I spending all my mental energy on as I was getting ready for bed? Thinking about that. And the thing is, I'm not thinking about it because I need to know what the right answer is, right? I'm thinking about it because I'm operating under the false pretense that if I explain something well enough, then then people will understand and agree with me. We started talking about pipe and rails. I got a quarter of zip and have been ripping on that in playing solitaire. Wow, I mean, that sounds. I, the playing solitaire part, that's not something personally I would be likely to tweak out on, but it's fundamentally no different than whatever it is I would be tweaking out on. And that, like, sometimes I'll just tweak out on watching cartoons or something. But, or maybe even more likely, tweak out on playing the piano. Which is obviously not a productive use of time. It is something I enjoy, but I'd rather like I tweak out on actually recording something, finishing a track or a song. But that's a little bit, once things start getting a little more practical, I start, getting younger and younger and younger until for things that are very important and practical, I'm like 1 year old. Rachel's asleep still. She's crashed out because she's in dopamine crash and recovering from the party days. Me, I took Adderall today. Like, I'm at the stage where I'm not going to get super thwacked out because I don't have that much dopamine to reuptake inhibit. But I'm also not going to be all depressed and do nothing because I still have some amphetamines in me. Last night she was like crying and everything. The thing about that is for both Rachel and me, but hopefully we're sort of increasingly able to apply what we know about something rather than just being carried along by it. But when you go through a dopamine crash, you feel super sad, right? But nice touchdown Texans. Um, the thing is, for me and Rachel, we're not natively fluent, particularly in our subjective functions like FISI. Although I'm fine with SI, but she's got both of them backstacked. Hi, Gold Prospect King. I live in a place where people do gold panning and that kind of stuff, but I never actually applied myself to see if I could find any gold, really. Uh, do you even inhibit, bro? I hope to reuptake inhibit, yeah. So What was I talking about? All right. So it's like when we're in a dopamine crash, and I'm in Mariposa, California, near Yosemite. Like there's a town down the road down there called Coarse Gold, and here in the North Fork River down there, one time I went down there and I found a gold panning pan that somebody had left behind. So I know at least sometime one person has gold panned down there. I once tried to get some. There's a little creek at the bottom of the gully over there that runs sometimes during the year. It's a seasonal creek. And one time I went and got a scoop of sand from down there, brought it up to back up here, and tried to find gold in it. But there's a lot of fool's gold. Just it's like little gold flakes everywhere. So I kind of gave up. Like I'm never gonna figure this out. With all the rain that we recently had, probably a good time to poke around and who knows, maybe find some gold. Yeah, I do have one idea that I've had for a long time since we first moved here, really. 4,600 an ounce? Oh my God. Wow, that's a lot. I can't believe it's so high. Regardless, so yeah, like let's say Rachel or me, we're in a dopamine crash, we're feeling super sad, super weepy and stuff. Then the it does the problem is that it doesn't mean anything, right? Like it's not indicative of some problem in the world that we're having. It's not indicative of some um, something that's off about our relationship or anything like that. It just the only thing it means is brain chemistry stuff, and it's hard for us to deal with stuff like that that doesn't mean anything because we're both very meaning oriented, and it's like kind of inevitable that we're gonna tell stories around the sadness that are sad things potentially, either theoretically or actually. Um, but but that aren't actually the cause of the sadness we're currently feeling. I have kind of speaking of chronic Johnny Cats, I've got kind of chronic anxiety, you might say, or this underlying vein of anxiety that always is if I'm not experiencing it in the moment, it's just behind the scenes. It's because I'm not thinking about the practicalities that make me feel anxious in the moment. So that's great, but like it's right there the moment I turn my attention back to it. It's hard to be an adult successfully in life when the areas of life where you're an adult are the least practical conceivable matters. So I was talking to Rachel a little bit last night about this, and we talked about like what's the proper approach to the self when dealing with one's failures, basically. So like there are practical things I need to do regarding, say, the mini. I need to meow meow meow, etc. Hi, Rachel. Good afternoon. Rachel says, clicking on relationship advice when sad makes me sad. Like they really condemn bipolar people. I mean, I decided to stop in since I think I've had an air deficiency lately. Oh wow, wonderful! It was not. It was like this when I found it. That's a pleasant surprise to have somebody have an air deficiency. But anyway, the question is basically there's two. It makes me sad. Like part of the relationship is that is supposed to be normal but doesn't occur. I mean, like I said, there's not really any norm for good relationships to meet. There are indicators of bad relationships. So there might be somebody else who has a great relationship where um, the part of the key thing about being a great relationship is that they split the cooking evenly. But that doesn't mean our relationship should be like that. Failure is not necessarily as negative as everyone perceives it. What do you learn from success? Failure is lessons to be learned. Never fear failure. Learn from it. Move on. It's in the past. Well, but my point is this: if I see myself continually procrastinating, failing to be on top of shit that I need to be on top of, or whatever, like that kind of stuff, am I more well served to try to be hard on myself? Like, Eric, time to buck up, Buttercup. You need to stop being such a baby and fucking buckle down and do your shit and be a grown up and blah, blah, blah. Is it better to be like that with myself? Or is it better to be like, to go easy on myself in some way? I mean, the indicators for good bad relationship in my eyes, it's like you can tell a bad relationship because it has symptoms that hurt, right? There's plenty of symptoms that you can cue in on and say, this is not indicative of a good relationship. But a good relationship is like good health. I'm in good health not because of any specific thing, but because there's not anything wrong with me. And it's also the case that every good relationship is its own good relationship, even though it could be some other things and still be a good relationship. It's always going to be what it is implicitly and not something else. You always get in life, um, almost always get a bag. You don't get a thing, you get a bag. And you take everything that's in the bag or nothing in the bag. So, like, a perfect example is cognitive functions. I like certain things in my bag. I like the fact that I'm adult, responsible, correct about position statements and stuff. Good job. But I don't want the part of the stuff that comes in the bag that goes with that automatically, like being being uh totally lacking self-discipline, etc. You know, it was like this when I found it says comparison is the thief of joy. Rachel said that same sentence last night. I said it's not the thief of joy when you compare against previous bad relationships. But Rachel's SI is super unconscious, so she's always going to be looking to the outside world for examples to compare against. And uh, and the thing is, I may not be uh, a good. I may not represent every every manifestation of a good relationship partner, but nobody does. So somebody else might be better than me, and if you are measuring quality of relationship partner in terms of uh, like if you measure in terms of which which guy does the most frequent romantic gestures, that's the best relationship partner. Well, then you might pick Gary, who brings home roses every couple of days and who who surprises his wife with romantic getaways and all that kind of stuff. You might pick him, but it might also be the case that while he does that, he's very he's very like controlling regarding and expectations of utility. Like, I do all these wonderful things for you. Now I expect you to do these things. He could be that guy. And depending on the kind of lady you are, maybe you maybe you are fine with that. Maybe you like that or something, you know? The Patriots intercepted the ball and returned it for a touchdown. They are now up 14-10. Is this space between equity? Is this the space between equity and equality? Um, Equity involves fairness. Equality is just like a mathematical measurement, kind of like um, if everything's if everybody has the same thing or whatever, they're equal. That might not be equitable. So the thing is, got a text from the dentist. So what's the title of that? What's the topic of that video? Why INFJs get INFPs wrong. Hmm. Who is Yukiko Amagi 9? Well, I'm say it's probably you, Yukiko Amagi 9. So the thing is, it's not even exactly comparison that is the issue here so much as it is like the idea of I'm unhappy because this makes me unhappy versus I'm unhappy because I don't have these other possible things that might make me happy. Those are very different things, right? This one is totally understandable. I need to deal with a problem because I'm unhappy because this is making me unhappy versus I'm unhappy and I can see possible things that could be different that might be preferable in some situations. And so the lack of those things must be making me unhappy. Those are totally different things. Bridget says, well, our love languages are different. I'm quality time, words of affirmation, physical touch, gift giving, acts of service. It's also the case, Rachel, that our love languages in terms of what we most are receptive to versus what we most want to give, those are different. Like I tend to have a lot of acts of service, but I'm not particularly interested in having acts of service in return, you know. That's why you say less comparison and more envy. Yeah, well, you make a good point. Uh the thing is, it's always going to be possible to ideate about possible ways that we could understand the relationship as flawed, bad, or whatever. you know, that's one of those things that, because the correct way to evaluate whether you're in a good relationship or not is the same way to evaluate whether you're in good health or not, which is um, to see if any of those symptoms of a bad relationship are extant. But because of that, then whatever stories we make up about things that could be different in the relationship, or ways we could understand it to be a problem, we're just creating those things. Um, we're not describing an actual problem, because there are infinite things that could conceivably be wedges between us, right? And I could come up with an infinitely long list of such, but that would be creating division, not describing it. Can eat baby pickles like cheeses, and they're great together. I like pickles a lot too, but sometimes they're a little bit hard to eat with my. I mean, lots of things are a little hard to eat with my current dental configuration. What's missing is molars ultimately. I don't have much molar action at all going on. So, but yeah, I like pickles a lot too. So, like, I remember one time, it was quite a long time ago, but I was depressed. I was feeling like lonely or whatever, and I Rachel and I were driving to Oakhurst, and basically I tried to blame her for my feelings and say, like, well, the problem is that you're sleeping while I'm up and sad and I don't have any company and all this other stuff, right? The reality, of course, was Rachel wasn't doing anything wrong at all. And um and it was silly and just indicative of my horrible relationship with FI to think that that the problem that made me sad wasn't that Rachel was doing something bad to me, but rather that uh, I could imagine a world where she was attending to me more and pretend that that would change my feelings or something. I had to do a hard reset when I realized that doing that kind of thing can do a lot of damage. Like, once I've gotten mad at Rachel and said, like, you need to not be sleeping all the time when I'm awake and blah, 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 we're supposed to be, when I say all that kind of stuff, then it has lasting damage, because she's then going to think next time she's sleeping, instead of just being able to relax and do what she wants and feel safe and comfortable in doing so, she's going to worry that when she gets up, I might like be all upset and mad at her and stuff. And nobody should have to live like that in a relationship, right? It would be fine for me to be mad at Rachel if I can articulate that she's done something that is bad relationship stuff, like said something mean to me, or like undercut my dignity in front of other people or stuff like that, right? Anything that represents a bad behavior, it's fine for somebody to get mad um, at somebody for obviously toxic or inappropriate ways of dealing with your significant other. However, uh, If you're getting mad at them for being how they are and not some other way, then that's probably, not probably, you're definitely not dealing with the relationship well. Because even if it is the case the other that you can't be happy with the person the way they are, well, that's not anything to blame them for or try to tell them to be different, right? And you're sure, and this was a long time ago that happened. I've done a good job, I think, of recognizing that when I'm having negative feelings, that it links much more to SI stuff like sleep, lack of sleep, dopamine, than does anything else. And I learned a valuable lesson on that occasion. It was like well over a year ago that happened, but I learned a valuable lesson that I don't ever want to create a situation where Rachel has to feel like she's walking on eggshells. That's not how to love somebody. Oh my God, Grandpa's a yapper. Well, I don't know if you noted, Yuri, but I'm actually live streaming, and the entirety of the content of the stream is words. So if I weren't a yapper and live streaming, then I'd just be standing here silently, independent to be self sufficient and self reliant. Because my personality, depending on who I'm in love, who I'm with, my love language may change. Like, what, getting this from them feels better, works better. I will sing you a song, sure. I could sing you a song. Um, but maybe I'll wait till after I go smoke a cigarette before I sing a song. So the Patriots punted. Texans get the ball back down by 4. This looks like a pretty good game in the makings here. Do I watch any hockey? A little bit, not a ton, but I do watch a little bit of the San Jose Sharks, which is our local hockey team, or the one um, we get the in-market games for. Are those drugs? Oh, I was just smoking some weed. Why, are you holding? So, the thing is, obviously, these dopamine crashes that we undergo, um, they they are what they are, but it's also the case that it's likely to we're likely to kind of get caught up in that moment, and it's hard to remember that this isn't about anything other than the dopamine crash. What's my drug of choice? Well, I like amphetamines a lot. I'm gonna take Adderall for some portion of it every month, but my my favorite is a combination of amphetamines and mushrooms. But if I had DMT, I would like that a lot. Um, if we had ketamine, Rachel would like that a lot. And I wouldn't mind doing that in conjunction with some other things. I don't really like it a lot myself. Smoking weed expands and opens your mind and increases your IQ. Well, I don't know if it increases your IQ, but what it definitely does do is, at least a statistically significant result in the study testing this thing showed that it actually helps protect people from cognitive decline. So that, like, 54-year-old like me, who's been smoking weed his whole life, has less cognitive decline from their peak than a 54-year-old who hasn't smoked weed. Yeah, I went to the store today and um, got more cigarettes. THC, my favorite. Tried speed twice. Well, different kinds of speed have different kinds of impacts. Obviously, if you are smoking meth, that's one kind of amphetamine experience. If you're taking Adderall, it's somewhat different. But weed turns you gay. Yeah, like it may be. Maybe it does. I'll let you know if it eventually turns me gay. I like to smoke crack and drink cough syrup. Well, I'm not a fan of crack myself. I have done it one time, a long time ago, but I don't really like cocaine. If you were at my house right now and you had meth and a speed pipe, would I smoke some? Yes, but I would be like, God damn it, why did you bring this here? I would never go get it, you know. Do I lift? I lift various things, like this. I lift the spirits of everyone who comes in contact with me. What advice would you have for a 24-year-old? I get asked this question fairly often. Replace 24 with whatever, you know. Um, I would. The thing to note is that the kind of advice that you'd actually benefit from trying to follow is specific to your strengths and deficits. So I don't know what your strengths and deficits are. Like, for example, if somebody's a hardline teetotaler and thinks alcohol is all evil and is trying to impose this kind of like Puritan ethic on everybody, then they need to drink. If somebody's an alcoholic, they need to stop drinking. The thing is, you wish less people did drugs and more focused on working out. Well, I mean, wouldn't you instead wish that people did what they wanted to and what they felt was best for them without imposing your frame of reference as the norm? The heaviest thing you're listening is your consciousness while doing amphetamine. Could you show me some ice? Haven't seen in 2 years. Are you talking about meth ice? I don't have any meth. I just have Adderall. And I don't do meth anymore. It's been a long time. But Show Me D was asking a hypothetical that if he came over here with some in a pipe, then he probably would. No, people don't know what's best for them. There's plenty of crackheads running around. Okay. Well, fortunately, you know what's best for them. So what you should do, I think, is make a pamphlet and go hand it out to everybody. You seem like a pamphlet guy. I love Adderall. It's the best. I love the rush and the high. Adderall is good, but it's actually not really the best. Like straight dexedrine would be better, and or meth. You get meth in pill form as a prescription, you know. Disoxin, they call it. I think they might not know best for themselves. However, they're still entitled to live how they choose. Well, people who know well know the limitations of knowing what's best for others. It's important to remember that when you encounter any individual that in a given moment, that they've got a whole package of stuff going on. You might see them, let's say, drinking too much and think, wow, that guy needs to stop drinking. But maybe they're drinking too much as a way of not giving into their heroin addiction or something. What drug would you recommend? I want to try new things. I turned down smoking meth before because it looked so gnarly. Uh, well, it kind of depends on what kind of drugs you like. If you like psychedelics, if you've not had DMT, I'd recommend that. If you've like, I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't recommend mescaline, but if you were going to do it, it's easy to get without buying anything or whatever. You just gotta drive around. If you're in a place where cactuses grow, like in Los Angeles, there I just drove around and found this cactus that was growing out off of somebody's lawn over the sidewalk and cut some branches and got all the mescaline I could possibly want. And it's it's not a very good drug. It's like super gacky. But you can take it with mushrooms and it makes it better. What's my opinion of MDMA? I have done real MDMA one time. I tried to do it many times, like probably 7 or 8 times or something. But only once did I get actual, real, strong MDMA. And it was as they say. It was like you feel like an angel, like like everything and everyone is bathed in the angelic light of its beauty and stuff. For example, I took it, when this happened, when I took it was the Joshua Tree. We were a group of people were camping, and we had too many cars for our camping spot that we had, apparently. So the ranger came over and told us basically we had too many cars parked here. We had to move some of them or something. But I was like, and the people who were not, you know, candy candy striping full blast were trying to deal with the guy. And you're like, oh, okay, well, where can we move to? Whatever. I went up and I was like, oh my God, are you a forest ranger? That must be so much fun. Eric, do you know for a fact what time you were born on the dot on the birth certificate? I mean, I don't remember what it is, but yeah, that it is on the birth certificate and that information does exist. But your mom's also on my birth certificate. So first, Josh Allen looked like ass. Now Stroud does, and Nick's broke his ankle. Hello, Seattle Super Bowl champs. Oh, Nick's broke his ankle. Rachel knows. I think. Yeah. So, obviously, the dopamine crash times do function a little bit as a stressor on the relationship because, well, sometimes I feel like I have to defend the relationship and myself when there's not very much dopamine. Maybe Rachel feels the same way too when I'm that way. I'm not sure. I I don't think Josh Allen choked some big games is fair to say just after that performance yesterday. Yes, he threw a lot of interceptions. I was surprised that the Bills were still in it late in the game when they had thrown 5 interceptions to Denver's 1 interception, or 5 turnovers to 1. How was it even tied at the end of the game? What was that all about? It was a good game, at least. The Rams and Bears are going to freeze their nuts off in the game. Is that later today? I'm looking forward to watching Caleb Williams. You know, I read a cool article on ESPN. Right. And that's why every month I have this same struggle. Like, okay, when I get the bottle next time, what am I gonna repeat this thing here? This process of like playing in full blast indulgent thwackery for this stretch of time and then being miserable for this stretch of time, taking like 2 weeks to fully recover and stuff. Ridiculous. But it's just kind of something I'm continually wrestling with, I guess. And the only way there'll be any resolution, yeah, sure, tell her. I don't care. The only way there'll ever be any resolution is to stop doing what I always do, which is say, well, we'll see how it goes next time, or let's let's play it by ear, and hopefully the time I'll do a better job or something like that. It doesn't work like that. Is this the Miss Rachel? Yes, that is the Miss Rachel. She's actually a Mrs. Rachel. I'm Mrs. Rachel Lapalosa. But it's also the case that I think I do a pretty good job of remembering that it's not only the bad feelings that are attributable to the dopamine crash. It's also like whatever whatever language might be directed my way when Rachel's feeling really bad. I don't really take it seriously. I don't. It's not something I would try to like hold her accountable for later, and then I get it. If you were starting a team from scratch, the QBs that give you the best chance for a Super Bowl, Caleb Williams is one too, Putty Cat. Okay, he may not have the same caliber of team around him right now as Mahomes did during his big winning time, but I would not count the Bears out as possible goers to the Super Bowl and or winners of the Super Bowl. And also, Brock Purdy is a very reliable game manager, but the Niners had a lot of injuries. It was hard for them to overcome losing so many of the playmakers on their team and or linemen and such. I'm a Bears fan too, says T-Bag. Rachel's dad's a big Bears fan, and I've always been fine. I've kind of been neutral about the Bears, I guess, but now that I have Caleb Williams, I have an interest in the team and want them to do well because Caleb Williams is a former USC quarterback, and I'm a huge USC football fan. can't believe we lost our bowl game. We also lost our defensive coordinator, who went to be the defensive coordinator at Penn State. Really, Danton Lynn? Really? And Purdy's a system guy? Well, that's one way to be a great quarterback, though, is be uh, a reliable game manager and not be, making big plays with their feet and um, their arms. No, I watched some. I watched it until it got to be a blow and I turned it off. But the thing is, I understand that the Niners this year were never going to get. I'm so shocked they got past the first round of the playoffs, frankly. And they did an amazing job of keeping the game against Seattle close at the end of the regular season. But you could tell watching that game that there was no chance that they would ever beat Seattle. I gotta say, I'm impressed with New England. Like, I didn't think they'd be back so quickly. They had those years of post Tom Brady, Belichick, where they just didn't win. Oh, another interception? What is going on here? Jaden Daniels, huh? CJ Stroud, that was well behind the receiver. That was all you. You cannot blame anything but your arm on that one. Yeah, that's catch. He's got it. He got both feet down before he went out of bounds. May is a rookie. And if Jackson Dart can manage to avoid getting himself hurt, I think he's got a lot of pizzazz about him. Who's the backup for the Texans? Don't know. I wouldn't imagine they're gonna bench Stroud. It's still the first half. If the Texans can prevent the Patriots from scoring here before halftime, then you know many are the games where a team comes out in the second half and overcomes an 11-point deficit. Not a super big deal. Dart has an incredible upside for sure. He is going to get himself killed if he keeps like running the way he does. He he doesn't slide. He doesn't get out of bounds. He's just like getting paid out left and right. Maybe the rookie Lamar, two-time MVP, should be three-time. Hmm. No, I'm not single. I'm happily married to my wife, Rachel. But thanks for your interest. Hopefully you find them. They lost Dalton early on. Texans apparently score on less than 50% of red zone drives. It's just going to get worse. Maybe Mr. Gray Cloud pessimist, or maybe the spirit of Texas will fill their hearts and they will win. If y'all had a football team, what would you name it though? Um, Maybe like the hmm, like what kind of team? What kind of a football team? A football team, I might call them the Wingineers. The Mariposa Wingineers. Balzania? Balzania is not a good name for a sports team. The Wingineers, that's a good name for a sports team. Or like the Hoorays. The Hoorays is not a terrible name. Mariposa Maniacs? I I don't want such an aggressive sounding name though. Or expectations. It would be permission if I had any wants. Are you or expectations? What are you saying? I don't know what you're talking about. The LA anal attackers. Anal wreckers. The gapers. What do you think about the gapers as a name for a team? Nads, then cheer gonads. The Booflords. Booflords is not a bad name for a team. Or the side quests. Well, they didn't win the game, but they achieved their goal in the side quest of getting at least one interception. The Alabama Hot Pockets. The Hot Pockets is a good name for a team for sure. Um, yeah, Hot Pockets or I mean, if you're gonna name your team after food, you could name it like Orange Chicken. Not even just Orange Chicken. It's kind of a cumbersome name to say. Not as cumbersome as Cord Over Street, but go Taiku Hike. I don't know what that is. I can't believe I still feel sad. I believe you still feel sad. Do you want to take half an Adderall as like a parachute thing? What do you think the Syrian jihadists and ISIS, now known Al-Shara as? I don't think about that at all. I didn't know any of that, and it doesn't surprise me that autocrats aren't selective about their friends. But yeah, Rachel, if you want like half an Adderall, you want to take one? Okay, I'll give you one. Bring it into you. Changing your PFP.
Things are gonna come out. Hi everyone.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Did you have a water? There's one right here.
Got some water.
Okay. That'll probably make her feel a little more normal for a while. And now us Western buddy. Your view in I mean, I don't know what that is even. Is it likely that some Islamist fails to gain my approval? Yes. the Oakland smash and grabs. Again, to be clear, MC 1970 MC, I don't know about the thing you're talking about. I have not read about it, I haven't researched it, so I have no opinion about it. Well, the Russians and Chinese are all over Greenland. Wouldn't it be ironic if, out of fear of American imperialist designs, Norway ends up getting in bed with China and China takes control of it? Wouldn't that be horrible? Is Tony Romo the worst football analyst of them all? I'm not sure about that, but I will say I think Troy Aikman is good, and I think Tom Brady is surprisingly good. I didn't expect him to be any good at all. Okay, well, MC 1970 MC, it sounds like you have already determined what you deign to be the correct position on this, so I don't know why you would seek confirmation from somebody who admittedly doesn't know anything about it. Can you see my comment? I think I'm shadow banned. You're not shadow banned. Adolf invaded Greenland. I've seen a pattern. Eric, you would be a decent dictator if your heart desired it. Well, it's, it is possible for people who have, many arbitrary autocratic powers to exercise those powers in a more beneficent or less beneficent way. But Al Galani was wanted in the USA. Not shocking. Show media. So, there's lots of things in the world. No USA, Putin is all about money. Well, I agree that Putin is a terrible force of, the non-free power wells in the world. The USA, well, obviously, the Trump administration is not displaying any kind of principled approach to global politics at all. But that's not representative of the U.S. overall. It's an unfortunate reality of right now, And unfortunately, we seem to have an assortment of terrible leaders to choose from. It's not like Trump's terrible. It's not like everybody should have voted for Kamala Harris, though. She would have been at least as terrible. Why abandoning the brave Kurds, selling to the butcher al Shara? I don't know. I'm not the one doing it, dude. If you want to know, like, why is the Trump administration so arbitrary and haphazard and who they support and who they don't support and stuff like that? The reason is because he's fucking retarded. Totally self-serving. Obviously, trust his feelings and weak intuition over regarding how he feels about other world leaders and stuff more than any actual useful things. Oakland Hellas. Remember when I called you Pudgy cat ages ago and you got upset? I don't remember when you called me Pudgy. If partisanship expressed as toxic culture war shit back then like it does now, we wouldn't have had good candidates back then. It's not the media to blame. We we are all, the media isn't something outside of us, it's an expression of us. San Diego skid marks. I'm creating a custom Madden team. Good idea. Dr. Red Taco, glad to hear it. Glad to hear you joining in. Like if I were having a team in Washington, D.C., I would call them the Statesmen. The Washington Statesmen. There used to be a team called Washington Senators. It's not an expression of the outside, it's more internal. I believe you are a good person. You can prove me wrong in a segment, but I just met you. Are you saying that the media is not actually an authentic expression of individuals' commentary? I mean, the thing is, this is part of the media right here. And it is the case that my commentary about politics is both correct and authentically an expression of what I think. In no way, shape, or form is it structured to, say, garner more of an audience. But it still qualifies as media. So the problem isn't so much that media is outside of us as that we choose to consume stuff that is potentially like motivated by, say, profit or audience or controversy generating stuff, and or it's representative of the culture warriors who are married to these kind of like wedge culture issues that don't actually link even to policy matters. Hi, Abby from South Africa. I'm doing well. How about yourself? The Washington Weetods for the win. The New York pizza pea jugs. Well, they're listening to this incredibly horrible music again. It's not super loud. It is sunny during the day. Like I've said about these people before, they they are respectful in the sense that they don't play it super late and usually it's not super loud. Right now it's not super loud. But what is consistently the case, no matter what, is whatever it is they're playing, it's incredibly, shockingly, ear-bleedingly bad. Some Native American tribes trying to bring back Redskins' name. It's so silly to change their name because, of course, for the foreseeable future anyway, people will still be referencing football history. And for this chunk of decades, the team that they're referencing, they'll still call the Washington Redskins. Is this green screen? No, this is just me standing here outside. That's all. If I wanted it to look more green screeny, though, I'd have some trees or something in the background. Not just me standing by the door. Like, let's see. Maybe this will green screen us a bit better. The sun gets on it, though. You scoundrelly sun. There. Now we're green screening. We're green screening our asses off. Any yard projects going on? Conceivably during the live stream today, maybe I could go put in the large pond pump, get that water circulating. Chainsaw. One of my least, I used to think that the worst outdoor tool sound was leaf blower. I have revised my status on that. The worst outdoor tool sound is chainsaw. I mean, in some ways, chainsaw can be better because a lot of times a chainsawing job, if it's a quick chainsawing job, then the noise is worse, but it'll last less long. Am I now out? I am outside, but yes, the fresh air is fine, and outside is very nice outside today, but the chainsaw sound is enough to drive me back inside. One thing that Rachel and I are very lucky about is that we have a house that's pretty soundproof, so it can be pretty loud outside, and we don't really hear it inside that much. Chainsaw is much better than a handsaw. Well, it's better than a handsaw if you're cutting. It's worse than a handsaw if you're listening from across the street. Where are you? Southern U.S.? No, I'm in California. I'm near Yosemite National Park, which is where they have the Half Dome and El Capitan, those big rocks that people climb. Like you may have seen the movie Free Solo about Alex Honnold or whatever his name is, who climbed up that big rock without any ropes or anything. That's near where I live. Well, there's no snow right now. Correct. This time, if the only way we do get snow here. We have had a teeny bit of snow earlier in the season, but usually if we're going to get snow, it's going to be from storms in January or February. We haven't really had any January storms. Fingers crossed for February. I like getting snow. I think it really is soothing and stuff. Like I like how quiet it gets when it's snowing. The snow absorbs all the little sounds and stuff. Last time I went to Cali, flew into Sacramento. As far as I can remember, it was a great city. Sacramento is a great city. I like Sacramento quite a bit. It's a lot better than the Bay Area or Los Angeles. There's a lot more like community life going on. The downtown area on a given Friday evening or something, full of people and etc. Some white powder are in Silicon Valley oligarchs. California still belongs to Mexico. Wow. I did not know that. I guess I'll have to start singing more Mexican songs. Well, they can demand it back. I don't think their demand is going to be met, though. The U.S.-Mexican War was around 1830. Yeah, well, the point is, into 1970 MC, the U.S. won that war. If we had lost the war, then California would be Mexico. Or there's some nasty virus circulating through the homeless population in the Bay Area. Well, I mean, any population dense area is going to have a higher contagion rate, you know. Mike David from Red Bar is doing an investigation on me. Red Bar Radio's here. Wow. Been a while. Red Bar Radio is this media thing of some sort. I'm not exactly sure how active it is or whether it was a podcast, I think. But my friend Corey and I did a negative review of that podcast. Like, I mean, I don't even know how long ago. It had to be at least 20 years ago, longer, maybe like 22 years ago or something. And then I went through a long period of kind of like media darkness, where I wasn't really making anything, putting anything up on the internet. How you feeling?
I should. Like, I can't stop the intrusive thoughts. Like, it's like...
You gotta have a Klonopin. Go with the Adderall. They go really well together.
Like, do we have problems? I can't tell because
No.
people who give examples of what a good relationship looks like, they don't give examples of what we have. So I get,
Well,
I'm all
okay.
like,
So
should I be getting compliments? Like, should there be more physical touch? Like, it confuses me.
Rachel, we already discussed the compliments thing. It's very risky for me to compliment you because if I say I like your sweater, nice sweater, you interpret that to mean that your other sweaters are not good.
But then, like, I end up just dressing for myself because I'm like, well, like, I don't get, like, noticed, so I might as well just wear whatever I want.
I mean, I notice you, but it is the case that I'm not particularly attuned to, like, what clothes people are wearing. And that doesn't mean that you're in a bad relationship. It means you're in a relationship with Eric. So we can come up with I can say all kinds of ways that Joe loves Mary and they have a perfect relationship, but it doesn't mean that I should love you like that. And in fact, you wouldn't want that bag, right? You have a bag that has lots of things in it you like and maybe a couple aspects of me that you don't like. But you don't get to pick and choose what's in the bag, right? You get the whole bag or none of the bag. Oh my God, what is up with these turnovers? First, New England throws a pick, then the Texans fumble the ball. But the thing is, it's like, you know, oh, he's down, he's down, he's down. They're going to overturn that. He's down. The thing is, obviously, when this kind of topic comes up, I can feel a little criticized or blamed or something, but I understand it's just, you know, like that it's not representative of a problem. It's just representative of the right. Well, it's true that I have consoled her plenty. She's just having a dopamine crash right now, and I can't console her about failing to be something that I'm not. Right? I like. I'm very sorry she feels bad, and I think she's incredibly special. I okay. So The thing is, I could maybe do a better job of responding to this, but it's also the case that she's not sharing with me that she feels bad. She's criticizing me for not being enough. And I recognize that it's not representative of our relationship and what she actually thinks and stuff. It's just a dopamine crash. But nevertheless, I just try to respond as well as I can. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's a good strategy for me to say something like, "You were right." I'll try to say things about your clothes more often or something like that. I don't think that's a good idea because I don't think that I I don't think that she wants me to always be checking to make sure I've done this thing I'm supposed to do that doesn't naturally occur, you know. And it's not like I wouldn't naturally compliment her. It's that in the past when I have, she's interpreted it as um, like the opposite about things that I don't compliment or something. And we've had a conversation multiple times. You feel like you carry the emotional weight around? The emotional weight of what? Of me.
Yeah, I mean, like being with someone who's bipolar, I do carry the amount of emotional weight. Like, I feel things more than you do sometimes. And when you do feel something, it takes a while for it to process. Like, it's tough. Like, I really don't know what a normal relationship is supposed to be. And when I hear YouTube saying like certain things on how it should be, I'm like, wow, like I'm not that's not occurring in our relationship. It makes me confused as to what's normal and what should be accepted. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what to believe. Like I feel like a therapist would be like, your needs are not getting met, so you should communicate them.
Your needs are not getting met?
Well, like I'm saying, like, I don't get compliments, so I just compliment myself all the time. But if I'm in a mood where I'm not feeling good, I'm not capable of really like lifting myself up.
Okay.
So it's hard. It's like,
I mean, I call you beautiful all the time.
you do, but I don't know if it's just like I call you handsome because I think you're handsome. Like, do you call me beautiful because you think I'm beautiful, or just like as like a pet name?
Both. But the thing is, if you're telling me that I'm not complimenting you enough, and then you're not counting the compliments as compliments, then that seems a hard standard to me.
Just compliment me. Every girl likes flowers. Every girl likes compliments. Like,
Again, I do compliment you, but we've also had this conversation before about the the you've told me before not to compliment your clothes and I've learned in the past not to because
okay,
you interpret it as
I do.
I think
I
the other
do.
clothes are ugly or
I
something.
do. I do. Because like it's like here are my clothes. It's like, am I pretty?
Yes, I call you
Are
beautiful
you
all the
sure that you
time.
think that though? Because like
Of course I'm
you have
sure.
no problem like talking about like how beautiful like Delilah is, and then like I'm like, okay,
Do I talk about that?
yeah, you do.
When? Where? How?
You know what? Actually, I'm wrong. You're right. You don't. You rarely talk about people's looks.
Because I don't think their people's value links to their looks very much. I hear you. I don't want you to feel that way at all. I don't want you to feel that way at all. And I do hear you. And as I said before, we have to remember when we're in dopamine crash, the feeling is real. The stories we tell about it are not.
I'm just confused because like people would say that I'm not getting my needs met.
Who would say that?
People who are psychologists or whatever, or expert relationships, psychologist stuff.
I mean, any psychologist who would actually deal with us as a couple and say that you're not getting your needs met would be horribly reckless and doing a terrible job. And the thing is, nobody has said that to you about me or about our relationship. You're trying to know about whether you're happy in this relationship based on looking outside to somebody else to tell you what a happy relationship is. But like I said, it's like being in good health. Good health is the absence of problems.
And like I forgot about your grandma's gifts, like genuinely, because like I forgot, like, and then you don't give me gifts. Like our love languages are opposite. It's tough. It's really tough. It's really tough. Like our love languages are different. The one that we do have in common is quality time. Like other than that, it's like stacked oppositely.
Okay, well, um,
I don't.
I don't know what to tell you. Have you been with a boyfriend before who's giving you a lot of presents?
Yes.
And would you rather be with them?
No, because they lied.
They lied and possibly weren't faithful.
Yeah, there definitely was.
And probably didn't do a good job of communicating with you.
No, no. I don't think they actually loved me either. I think the only one who actually loved me was Billy. And even that relationship was unhealthy.
Okay, so giving you gifts is not a good way to establish that they love you.
Just something you think about me. And I only think about the fucking relationship because I'm a fucking pathetic person.
Well, the thing is, Keisha, you might be right that gift giving was not an indication of trustworthiness or love from that person. But the thing is, Rachel's approaching this from the perspective that there's some general thing that she can use to determine whether the relationship
It's
is
just like
good.
I see these like men who are obsessed, like they're obsessed, and I realize that I'm the one who's obsessed. I'm always like, oh, you're the fashion police of society. Like, I like, whatever.
I mean,
I am obsessed, I tend to, that's how I am when relationships, like, I do think about them a lot.
okay, that's all well and good, but for everybody who's chiming in here on this, and for Rachel as well, we all need to take a step back and remember that Rachel is feeling bad because of a dopamine crash.
Yeah, but
It's
it
the
doesn't take
hangover for
away,
Adderall.
it doesn't take away, that these things actually might be bothering me because I have distractions. Like, I feel like I'm in a more raw state. So, like, it's like when you're on pain pills and you don't feel the pain anymore, but then when you're off the pain pills, you start feeling it. So I
Okay.
feel like I'm in a raw state. So like the things that I'm feeling, yes, they're not totally accurate, but there's some truth there, and I don't want to ignore it.
Sure. I mean, it's certainly reasonable for a partner to feel like, hey, you're not paying enough attention to me for this long period of time. I'm feeling neglected and unappreciated. Except we can look at actual examples of how that might look. For example, a guy who's married to his job, who's gone many hours of the week, and who, when he gets home, is still thinking about his work and
No,
not
you're
talking to
right. I
himself.
would be because quality time like is very important to me. Like, I know when you start working again, I'm going to be. It's going to be really tough. Um, it's not that type of the cycle, Red Taco. You're not wrong in that I'm being emotional and he's being stoic. You are right, and that is a problem in like relationships in general, like between men and women. But like, it's not that time of the cycle. Please do not like associate that.
Well, I do hear how she's feeling. I can maybe do a better job of listening to her express how she's feeling, and you know, respect that her feelings are valid and real. It's it's also the case that if I afford from this legitimacy to the problem she's articulating, then then we have a relationship where I'm happy with Rachel the way she is, but she's unhappy with me the way I am. Not because I did anything, but because I'm failing to meet expectations that maybe in an ideal world I would meet, but that don't comprise a reasonable level of, I have to have absolutely everything in my relationship or I'm going to be sad. Like, there's a lot of things in the relationship that I do really well, and I do my best to care for her and love her as best I can. And
I
then,
feel like
and one of the ways that I do that is to let her know that I love her the way she is. I don't need her to be any different. And this is not a woman man thing. I'll be just as emotional as she is when I'm in dopamine crash.
I know, and I know that the subjects that you're going to be upset about are not the same as mine.
Right.
It's going to be about your parents.
It'll be about, you know, a variety of things. But I'll also recognize that I am not sad because of that. I have to remind myself of that, you know.
It's just really like it's hard when you hear like supposed psychologists saying like I don't know. I hear things and I'm like, oh, I don't have that. Like, am I a low maintenance partner who accepts like nothing, like not nothing, but that I accept like low maintenance. I mean, I'm a
Well,
low maintenance partner myself.
am
I
I
don't
a
do
high
stuff
maintenance
for
partner?
you. No.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like we can imagine how somebody else's relationship is really cool the way they travel to all these cool destinations and stuff. But you and I actually don't like to travel.
No, I don't like to travel. But like, it's romantic when like someone like it's like I went to the store, I thought of you, so I bought this, or like I got you flowers. It's like girls like that stuff.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
But the thing is, if it's not natural to you, then it's like
Oh my God, you cannot be serious. Did they just fumble again?
Turnover.
What is going on?
It's the weather.
I guess so. Yeah, it's a fumble too. That is definitely a fumble.
And I swear to you, like I'm not trying to say this to like criticize you, and I know that's the way it feels because um because I'm bringing up things that like aren't really natural to us maybe.
Yeah, I know that your goal is probably not to criticize
It's
me.
not.
Um, but whether or not I'm being criticized isn't decided by whether I feel like I'm being criticized or not. You are saying that in the status quo, the way I love you is inadequate because you want these additional things.
It's so sad. I'm sorry I said that.
It's okay. I recognize it as a symptom of dopamine stuff. Yes, it is true that somewhere in your heart you would like it if I did more gestures. And part of the reason for that is like I'm able to feel safe on the assumption that our relationship is good, you know? Whereas I think you're a little bit more concerned about its health in terms of its that are we going to
Like,
stay together and
I
stuff.
think I need to assert myself a little bit more. Like, when I was waking up early and watching TV, I learned that I actually really like it. So, like, maybe having some TV time for myself would be great. Like,
Sure.
um,
The other thing is, I know it's not the big TV, but
yeah,
we have set
I,
up and I could do it again.
yeah,
A TV that links to your laptop and everything.
I'm thinking that might be a good solution because I did, it was nice to watch TV shows and movies. I can't really do that on my phone because it's too small.
Sure. And in fact, if you want, I can switch it up and take the smaller TV, take the laptop up there, and you can have this one. It's fine. Um, the the reality, of course, is it's always a compromise. Like we both would like to also sit next to each other, but we don't want to watch the same things, right? So yeah,
It is best when
we can absolutely do the solution, and it's also gonna not be still not be perfect, right? Like
no, but I won't feel like I'm being a pushover.
right, well, we each um, are giving in some areas and taking in some areas. You know, like uh, I don't have any problem doing most of the cooking, and I don't think that you're taking advantage of me at all.
No, I don't. I'm
No,
not.
no,
I'm
you're
not.
not. You're not.
No.
Same with me.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to like say with like the love languages. It's different because like uh, criticizing myself, I don't do acts of service.
Right.
I mean, I do, but I don't. I
No,
don't.
you don't, and that's fine. I don't expect that from you.
But then it's not fair for me to expect stuff from you. Like that's why I feel like so. It's like what is it when you have two like um things in your mind and they're not like I'm having
Cognitive
dissonance.
dissonance.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's because you're dealing with these feelings, which are legitimate, valid, and complicated, but you're a meaning maker in an objective sense. So you're trying to have it mean something specific.
Yeah,
And it doesn't mean anything specific. It means a lot of different things. Like, for example, we live here and it's wonderful. It, there are many advantages over LA and a city. There's also some disadvantages, like
yes.
we have to go a long ways
Yes.
just to get anything, right?
Yes.
And so if you're feeling in a moment, if one is feeling in a moment annoyed by the downsides, then one might say, well, what does this mean? Does it mean I should go somewhere? It doesn't mean
Yeah,
anything. It just means
I
that
know.
it's part of the mixed bag.
And it's like you're right because like most of the time I'm not feeling sad. Like the dopamine crash does like influence me a lot. It makes like I said, it makes me more raw. Like I feel like I'm more exposed the things. And I can't lie, like I care what people think. And I
My name is Ben, and I
care what you think. Yeah. And I am blurry face. Like I feel like I'm like
I mean, I care what people think too, Rachel. But the thing is, nobody has expressed to you any thoughts about, hey, maybe Eric's not treating you well.
but I don't think you aren't treating me well. I just think that there are things that like little things that like
You're
you
talking
do
about
treat
you're
me
talking about what
well.
other people think, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
And that's why like, you know, when my aunt said that you should have like the person giving me a party, it's like it's so conflicting. It drives me
Is
crazy.
that what she said? Even?
Yeah, she did. She's like, oh, that's what you should have. Like you're gonna do for Rachel sometime soon, right? Like,
I thought she said something like, oh, lucky for you, Eric, because you don't have to do something like that because the place is already filled up. That's
no.
what I thought it was, but
I mean, maybe it was a combination of both, right? Like it could have just have been a one-off thing, trying to say like I feel Rachel is special, therefore like you have to show how special she is by doing grand gestures. But then, like I told you, I saw that video. It was almost like a sign for God. Like I saw that video of Travis Barker back in the day with his first wife, and he threw her a surprise party and gave her all these gifts, yet he was cheating on her and like abusive. So it's like grand gestures like that doesn't naturally mean like love.
right. No, hi, Elizabeth, and it's for everybody. Yes, this conversation is definitely a good conversation to have, and but Rachel and I never have any communication problems.
No, you don't.
Um, it, the thing is, it's natural for anybody watching this to think, like, oh, let's walk through engaging this thing in healthy relationship ways and kind of say, well, Eric, make sure you pitch into this. But really, Rachel and I are experts at being in this relationship.
Yeah.
We do an amazingly great job of it all the time, and that includes when there's sadness and bad feelings and stuff. You know, it's
Yeah.
we people could, instead of like looking at this and thinking what kind of advice should there be, they could look at this and say this is how it should be done.
Right. Like yeah, and that's what it's like. I've been looking at stuff that says this is how relationships should be done, without even knowing if they're in a relationship. Like
I also remind you of the thing I said last night, where if you were to make a video talking about um, like describing your ideal relationship with a person loves you in specific ways, then that would not comprise advice to other people that they should want the same expressions of love. And I think when you watch somebody else's description of what they think a good relationship is, you also think that they're saying that's a
yeah,
universal norm.
yeah,
Everyone's good relationship should look like this.
yeah, I do. Because I generalize. That's what I do, and that's why my essays. I'm really sorry that I forgot about the anniversary.
I don't care about that. The only reason I brought it up was to point out that if I did give you more gifts, and then the next day somebody said gift giving is very important, you'd be like, you never give me any gifts because you're focused on the present and forward, and you're not referencing SI stuff.
No.
But
I
for
don't.
some things, it can only really be correctly determined by using
SI.
particular data,
Yeah.
not universals. Like we can universalize what comprises bad relationship behavior. It's always bad to have physical violence. It's bad to lie. Bad to be lots of ways that you can be toxic. To call your partner names, to undermine their dignity in front of various things that are universally bad. But what comprises a universal good relationships is a much a much more challenging question. It's the same thing with music. If a track fails, it's probably pretty easy to explain why it's bad, what it did wrong. If a track is fantastic, the reason it's so great is every component of it is right and works together in the right way, and there's no actual explanation for why it's right. You know, same thing with a relationship. There's no single universal about good relationships except the absence of those universally bad things. My name is Blurry Face and I care what you think. Family gatherings, family relationships draw on deep feelings. Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, anybody with any decent introverted feeling, when they are asked what's most important to you, they'll talk about people in their lives, either family members, friends, or maybe pets or something like that. The relationships where the the significance is really felt. If I bipolar person like me might answer the question if they don't know about cognitive functions. And might answer the question like, "What's most important to me?" I don't know. Playing music in the car. That's what some ESTP answered one time. But the thing is, what's important to note is it's not the case for that FI polar person that their loved one isn't the most important. It's the case for the FI polar person that they tragically fail to pay attention to importance via its appropriate metric. And so it's like the consequence isn't that an FI polar person doesn't love the other person as much as anybody else does. The consequence is that they might make mistakes that underappreciate that loved one, or you know prioritize something else over that loved one and then horribly regret it later. And because the feelings are still there and they still cause the impact of the pain of harming or losing something precious, they're just not it's just reflexively not going to be paid attention to. And so, but it's certainly very possible, and in my case, definitely the case, that SI is a savior there. I may not be making the decisions to prioritize what I prioritize based on my introverted feeling, but I do have enough bad experiences from the past of certain kinds of FI mistakes that I'll never make those again.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I need to put things into perspective, I do look back on past relationships and I'm like, I, I wasn't loved. Like, I was constant, like, not all of them, but a majority wanted to change me. Like, I was a whore. I dressed like a whore, or um, my boobs weren't big enough, or like,
You couldn't be trusted to go out with friends.
yeah, and I was a doormat. Like,
You need to speak up for yourself more.
yeah,
So you're not going to hear any of that from me.
no, and that I don't.
I love you just the way you are. Never change, never change, never change, never change, never change, never change, never change.
This is
It's who
why
I fell in love. I was gonna say this is who I fell in love with.
Oh,
The other line,
yeah.
And then of course, because he's an IFJ, he doesn't think the other person also doesn't want him to change.
Yeah.
He said, I can change, I can change, I can change, I can change.
Mm-hmm. I've been that person.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also a function of youth, right? Like when we're young, and getting into relationships, we have uh, we have our parents as a model, and like my parents had a good relationship, but the thing is, beyond that,
Howdy.
we have no way of knowing that. Hello.
Hey. Good. How's your day? Good. It really is. I love that.
We've got a,
Oh.
we've got a cat on a leash. My parents had friends who walked their cat on a leash. So, Johnny Cats, you're bringing the topic back to something that I was talking about before, which is he says exercising your will over yourself, just like any workout, you get stronger over time. This is a ongoing, lifelong problem for me of self discipline and making myself do stuff on a schedule and stuff like that. So, I guess that's the third thing. Rachel and I were talking about like how should I talk to myself when I have another instance of something that I should have done, yeah, but instead I ended up fucking around and live streaming. Should I be hard on myself and and buckle up, Buttercup, or should I say, well, Eric, making yourself feel bad about yourself isn't gonna make it more likely for you to do things.
Yeah.
So just be kind to yourself or something. Well, what Johnny Cat is saying is the actual thing, which is here's an idea, Eric. Instead of talking to yourself about it either way, actually do the thing.
Right, but they do, like I said to you, like I saw on, like while I was going through my psychology videos yesterday, that um, negative self-talk actually rarely gets the person to change, like or move into action. Um,
It just gets them to feel more
bad about themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. Johnny Cat says the world is plenty hard on you. You don't need to be hard on yourself. The world is your oyster, Putty Cat says.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got some bad news for the world. I don't like oysters. Manifestation of free will is an illusion. I don't think it's an illusion, but it requires some effort and discipline, and or just executing the thing you're doing.
I mean, I could be in that relationship. That's like a fucking nightmare to me.
I mean, I'm not even sure what's going on over there because it seems like there's a set of young people, mostly men, who go over there. Not just one guy.
Yes.
I'm not sure who's who.
Yes. No, I'm not right now. They're just being loud. Like they probably can hear us, right? When I hear stories of him kicking in the door,
Right.
I'm like, thank God I'm not like, thank God I had the. I don't even know if I had the strength. I can't judge other people's relationships.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, one of the ways you know this is the right relationship is that I do have anger in my set of ways of dealing with stuff for sure. And in the relationship I was in before this one, was made so angry so often. There was a lot of yelling and stuff. Whereas in this disagreement, it's de-angering.
Yeah.
It's like it's just I, I I never get angry at you
I
really.
don't get angry at you either.
So um, I kind of empathize with somebody who's, let's say, kicks down a door in just in the following sense. By the end of my relationship with Kimberly, it was
like
it was like she infuriated me so much by being so unfair, by not listening to me, by purposefully aggravating me, by trying to hurt my feelings, etc. But most of all, she made me infuriated by not listening to me, refusing to listen to me, refusing to hear what I said, refusing to convey that she had understood what I said. And it was just, if you want to make me angry, that's the perfect way to do it.
I literally, when I would watch those streams, I would be like, he must love arguing because they do it so much. Like, I literally just thought that you were an arguer. I didn't think that she was treating you right, but I thought, oh, this is what he's used to in relationships. Like, he he must like it. It's like,
I mean, it was the perceptions of the outside world about that relationship were very much split down the middle.
yeah, it
Half the
was.
people thought I was the problem,
Yeah,
and in retrospect, it's obvious evaluating what was going down there that it was entirely her that was the problem. She was BPD. She was behaving in unhealthy ways all the time, and I was in a healthy and natural way reacting with appropriate anger. But unfortunately, anger was not a vehicle that was going to get me anywhere in that relationship because it would just escalate, and she, my anger wouldn't prompt any improvement at all. No matter how angry, how long, what I said, didn't matter. So obviously, everybody's responsible for their own behavior, and it's never okay to kick down the door or do that kind of shit. There, instead, that person has the responsibility to get out of the relationship. But I do recognize that um, the wrong person can push push somebody into extreme expressions of themselves. Like,
yeah,
look at poor Corey.
yeah, yeah. That's a warning sign.
Yeah, it is crazy, Putty Cat, that the Texans are only down by 5. Toxicity spreads. That's half the point of people acting like that towards another person. It didn't spread in my case. I didn't actually become toxic with her. Like, I didn't stoop to her level and call her names to try to make her feel bad, or or make a bunch of ontological critiques instead of behavioral critiques. So I it's fine to criticize bad examples of bad behavior, right? Or bad use of language. But it's not okay to say, it's fine to say, when I didn't like it when you ate all my leftovers because I thought that was kind of selfish of you. That's fine. It's not fine to say, you're so selfish, because a healthy relationship, to the extent that your partner does something that it's reasonable to hold them somewhat accountable for, you need to position that as being, that's not like you. Not this is proof of how horrible you are, right? When one of my relationships ended, the woman I was with took the curtains, the shower head. She called me a day or two later and said, "Hey, can I come over and take a shower?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." She came out of the bathroom within a minute with a look on her face. So what's wrong? She said, "You know, I fucked myself, right?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" She was like, "I took the shower head." I was like, "Oh yeah." Why would somebody take the shower head? Just to be spiteful, I guess. But yeah, I did have an ongoing, like, vigorous relationship with anger during that relationship, but I didn't I didn't stoop to doing the kind of things she was doing. So the toxicity didn't really spread. Wow, nice catch. Big touchdown. New England is now up by, well, soon 12 points. And the snow keeps coming down.
Pretty crazy how, with even without Bill Belichick, they're doing so well.
Right. Well, they did well with Belichick only when he also had Brady. After Brady
right?
left,
Then they didn't do well.
yeah. But I was saying something similar. I'm impressed by how quickly they came back after they
Yeah,
got rid of Belichick,
it really is impressive.
and it looks like they're probably going to win this game. Yes, um, the Texans have myriad self-inflicted wounds here, and it's not too late for them to come back. But I don't know. I have my doubts. Just outside, she called me a month or two ago to get this and to thank me for not hitting her. I said, Dawn, it never even crossed my mind. She was like, really? Because it was awful to you. Yeah, well, that's one of those lines that I was never going to cross, even with Kimberly. I might have damaged objects, but I was not going to be violent. It's just not how I operate. And of course, that was why one of the reasons why I was so mad is that the civilized way to operate, she was thwarting at every single possible turn. Low flow shower heads are indeed, I guess, terrible in some sense, but I understand why California has them, and I respect that because our water needs are greater than the amount of water that falls on the state every year. I've had a couple of girlfriends punch me in the face. They hurt their hands because they were letting their actions be dictated by anger. It takes away your mental faculties. Because we just have entirely too many people.
Um, I just did you see the message from Kay? So
You know,
this is the Venmo came through. Cheers.
who's Kay?
Kay's like their next door neighbor. I guess did you talk to Jared about renting the car more?
No, and I PayPal'd him. I didn't Venmo him. She might have sent it to the wrong person.
So maybe okay. So like Kay sent the Venmo, and then Jared said, "So this is the Venmo. I guess it came through. So I guess the $200 went through. I think that's what they're confirming.
What $2,200?
It's not 22. The $200 for renting the car.
I mean, that went through 8 days ago or something.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what they're. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Well, you could say, are you talking about the PayPal for renting the car?
Okay. Are you talking about the PayPal? That what?
For that I sent for renting the car?
Eric sent for renting the car.
I do need to. Yesterday was the last day, so I need to talk to Jared about that and get it for longer. But the cat's not hungry. He might be hungry, but he doesn't. He's not meowing at me because he doesn't have food. He's meowing at me because he wants me to go watch him eat it. But yeah, I certainly never would have called the cops either on Kimberly, but somebody else did when Rachel and I went over there to get some stuff.
You can tell she's BPD too because when we went over to get the stuff, she was telling, you could hear the BPD speaking and the discard and the, what they call it, discard and,
Lift up?
yeah.
Elevate, discard, and elevate?
Yeah, elevate, right. Because, like, she was discarding you by being like, oh, Rachel, like,
You'll see.
yeah, you'll see. And then at the scene, like 2 minutes before, she was saying, Eric, I love you.
Well, the thing is, I don't mind Rachel, you'll see it all because You will see. And our relationship just proves definitively that it was never me that was the problem.
You know, I guess you do have to pity them, um, a little bit. But like, I was in a BPD relationship that was like, if I had stayed, like, I broke up with him, then he ghosted me. I should have stuck with the breakup. To be totally honest, I didn't stick with it, and then he ended up ghosting me. And I know if I had stayed in that relationship, some sort of physical violence would have happened because it had happened in the past with other relationships. And he did the uh, devaluating, like, special person, then
Evaluating.
devaluing, yeah. Like, I was put on a pedestal, and like the best thing, I couldn't do anything wrong, which was also love bombing. He love bombed me in the beginning too, and then I was just, ugh, like, I don't, like,
I mean, it's fine to like feel pity for BPD people in the sense that you recognize if you look at things from their perspective, they're never going to be able to be in a good relationship and stuff like that. But if you're on the other end of it, it's it's much it's a little more like, all right, well, maybe I do have compassion and understand that that
am I a retard? Your mom's a retard.
I'm not 100% sure he's talking about you. He could be referring to Kimberly because I'm talking about her, but I think he probably was
Yeah.
trying to talk about you.
It's alright.
So if that's the only, I'm just explaining why I didn't hide him immediately because I'm not 100% sure. Um, yeah, and I didn't have a cycle of being in relationships with BPD people. I'm not sure Rachel did either.
No, I didn't know.
She had one or two. She had at least one BPD person,
Yeah,
but
definitely.
she also had other kinds of bad relationships, as I did. Not all my relationships were bad because the other person was toxic. My second wife, it was a bad relationship, but she wasn't BPD or anything.
I was like, okay, I can't say all. I don't want to generalize, but like most of my relationships that I had been in, people wanted to change me. Um, so to I'm sensitive to like remarks and how people think about me. It's so retarded. I hate
No.
Effie Tool. Like, it really, like, um, I have a tendency to think that, or you're saying in general, people, no, but like, it was literal. It would be like my first long-term relationship, Mike, he literally would be like, you look good with short hair and brown hair. Why don't you dress more like Alana? Um, why don't you why don't you share your opinions with me? It was like, it was very much like, because it was the first relationship, I didn't know, but it was very much like I had to change. And then the more recent relationship where someone like definitely let me know that they like didn't value me was Chris, and he didn't have BPD, but like he had extreme jealousy. Like, um, we went out to the city one day and we went to get roasted nuts, and the guy at the roasted nuts stand was like, "Oh, your girl is beautiful," and he got so angry. And he also called me, said that I looked like a whore. So it's like, it's like, What, like, that's not good. That's clearly not good. That's clearly a person who doesn't love you. Um,
Well, it's clearly a person who demonstrate unhealthy relationship behavior. It, the thing to note is he may have loved you a lot, but that you know having emotions, it having the emotion of love is does not link very well to actually loving somebody behaviorally. So
yeah.
you know I don't doubt that an ESFP, when they feel attraction to somebody, that the FI is going to come flowing through in great waves,
Mm-hmm.
and the person's going to feel the intensity and authenticity of that person's feelings.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that that's a better person to be with
No.
just because they feel something more consciously or strongly or something. And yeah, everyone does care what someone others think to some extent, but I think what Rachel's kind of getting at, or what whoever up there was getting at when they said um, that Rachel has a tendency to think others want her to change, is there's kind of there is something like that implicit in FE tool, is a sense that you're paying attention to whether others are okay with you or if
Mm-hmm.
you're causing some sort of like making them upset in some way. So in that regard, she is cognitively aligned to note when somebody else does want her to change, and that may make people who want her to change feel as though feel empowered in expressing that potentially.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, so with Mike, the one who, like, wanted me to, well, he just, was always saying, like, how I should dress, how I should be. He was FE polar. So, my FE tool, he was almost insulted by.
Yeah,
Um,
well, it'd be like me dealing with FI, dealing with TI polar.
yeah, yeah. It was a lot like that. I came to terms with the fact that not everyone is going to like you, nor do I want to live in a world where everyone does like me. Um, my dad tried to tell me that, but he's also an INFP. He was always like, there's going to be people that you don't like in the world and you have to work with them. And it's true.
Whoever said you want me to finish that song, I thank you for saying that. I do want to finish that song, and I appreciate your encouragement because that I can get a little bit of paralysis by analysis with music stuff. Like uh, I won't feel certain that a given thing is good enough to finish or something, even though maybe sometimes I do feel like that, and then I'll start having doubts or not sure, and I can just kind of like get stuck not doing things. So I appreciate whoever said that. To make a music video with Rachel, yeah, well, I do plan on asking Rachel to do some singing on this track as well. Um, that inclusion of Rachel's vocals on something can delay a process a bit because I gotta wait till she's in the mood to do it. But that song will benefit for sure from having her voice on it, in part because the higher register part of it is a little bit at the top of my range. Josh NC78 said hi.
Hello.
Hi, Josh. You are new here, huh? Well, welcome.
Are you in North Carolina?
More specifically, are you in Raleigh, North Carolina? It's the only city in North Carolina I can think of.
That's like the main. That's the. I think that's even the capital. I'm not sure.
Now, just the other day, I learned which Carolina the Carolina Panthers were from.
Yeah.
But now I don't remember.
But like how
Is it
like
north or
it makes
south?
it's north, and
North.
it's so funny though because it makes sense why you wouldn't think that because you're not on the East Coast.
Well, because they just call themselves Carolina.
Carolina, yeah.
And it's not like Virginia and West Virginia. If you just say Virginia, you know you're talking about, I guess, East Virginia or something. But with the Carolinas and the Dakotas, neither of them is without a cardinal direction.
Winston-Salem. I liked Winston-Salem. Oh, you're from Southern California and you moved to Winston-Salem? I liked Winston-Salem. It's a cute little town.
Are you from Los Angeles? We used to live in Los Angeles. I'm from there for most of my life. Now we live in Mariposa, California, up near Yosemite. What are you doing in North Carolina? Are you investing in the slave trade? Military, huh? Oh, you're a stripper. I guess there's a very lot of high demand for strippers in North Carolina.
I wouldn't think that there was a high demand in Winston-Salem. Do you strip in Winston-Salem or do you strip in the city?
The Winston-Salem stripping bar recruited him from Los Angeles and said, listen, we want the top level strippers here at our strip club. Josh, we're willing to offer you a 6-figure contract plus full dental and medical coverage. So that's why he's in North Carolina. You work in the healthcare industry, huh? I see.
My sister likes dingus too. She got the word dingus from Tim and what's that show? Tim and Austin's show, Great Job.
Tim and Eric?
Tim and Eric, yeah. John C. Reilly has a character on that show who's really funny, and he's like, "Oh, you dingus." So now my sister used it all the time.
You know, in the olden days on ships, one of the treatments they gave people was called toast water. And the way you make this medicine is you take some warm water and you put a piece of toast in it. And then you drink that water. Is that something that they do where you work, Josh? Have you ever treated anybody by giving them toast water? You travel to Los Angeles about once, twice a year if it's financially possible.
Wow. Wow. I haven't been back to New York in, it'll be 7 years.
Well, Winston-Salem. Is that where they make Winston cigarettes and Salem cigarettes?
No, but that's where Forest. No, it's close to. That's where Wake Forest, I think.
Oh, Wake Forest, huh?
Yeah.
The Demon Deacons.
I think.
Nematode.
It's around the same area.
I think sea squirt is a good insult for somebody. You sea squirt. People in Korea eat those things. You might say, hey, they shouldn't eat those gross things. You're right. But they do anyway. The Washington wet pants. I once had a plane ticket for $76 for two people in
Wow.
2020. Well, then didn't you really have two plane tickets? Nincompoop. Nincompoop is a good one, sure. And when you're saying that somebody's bad, I like to use kind of old fashioned ones for that too. Like, you're a ne'er do well, a scallywag, a scoundrel, a no good nick, a villainous malfeasant, sea squirt. Yeah. There's a certain kind of sea squirt called sea pineapple. Dweeb is underutilized. Well, I've got um, two things that you might call sibling insults, which is something like a brother or sister might say to each other. Dumbass or asswipe. No, one ticket for two people.
Wow.
How do you have one ticket for two people? Like, does the second person sit on your lap or something? Here's one you don't hear very often anymore. Numbnuts.
Numbnuts is a good one.
Kind of lost to time. Twerp. Yeah, now you don't hear people call other people twerps very often. That's in movies, like the older brother will call the younger brother twerp.
Yeah.
Muppet. Nimrod. Nimrod, interestingly, Johnny Katz, is the way that we understand it being like dumb person. Well, that's actually not what Nimrod is all about. We got that from Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny used to call Elmer Fudd Nimrod. He'd say, like, you know, great job, Nimrod. Because Nimrod actually is a biblical character who was a great warrior and hunter. So it was kind of like um, seeing somebody throw a terrible pass and saying, great job, Tom Brady. Tom Brady doesn't mean somebody who's bad at throwing passes. It actually means somebody who's good at throwing passes.
I have a question. Do you think that it's better for actually this is not true. It's not true. I was gonna say, do you think it's better for an FI polar to be chosen than choosing their partner? But I don't think that's actually right because Kami's boyfriend approached her and well, maybe I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. There's no answer to that question because it doesn't really matter how two people get together. It was the right way to get together if they're the right two people to be together. Right? It's like, I don't care if I chose you or you chose me. Either way, we ended up together. So whatever way it happened was the right way for it to happen.
Well, I mean, the one who initiates the interest, like I initiated the interest with Eric.
Sort of. I mean, you
Well,
you said stuff that made me think you were available potentially when I typed you. But I'm the one who actually said I am interested.
Yeah. It was both. It was definitely both. I put out a feeler and
Josh, I don't really talk to famous people. In the original way the channel was envisioned, I planned to do interviews of regular people as though they were famous, you know. But it didn't end up being that. Now it's just mostly live streams like this one. Sometimes just me, sometimes me and Rachel. Occasionally just Rachel. I like the Dutch variant. We say booterhead or boterhoofd.
I never heard that.
You boterhoofd. You river barge. Maybe you can wear the Patriots hat and go to Santa Clara. Why would I go to Santa Clara? What's in Santa Clara? You mean the Niners Stadium? Is that where they're doing the Super Bowl this year? Everything's relative, including fame. And the thing is to remember also, Rachel, is I was actively
Yeah.
considering
Yeah.
various options. So
You have put yourself out there. You
yeah,
said.
so it's not like um, I was just minding my own business and you came
That's
and
true.
Haley Biebered me.
Yeah. You know, there were a lot of people. That's another thing. Like a lot of people are like Haley Bieber must have what do they call that? Humiliation kink because uh for her 30th birthday, he didn't go to her birthday party. Instead, he stayed at his warehouse and sang a song about how he misses Selena Gomez. Like, see, like that's something that, like, if I were her, I think I would be devastated. Like, if
Well,
you missed my 30th birthday and then decided to live stream and talk about even the INFP that you were with, like, I would be like
yeah, I'm not thinking
heartbroken.
about or talking about previous people at all like that.
I just
Gashumi says, Rachel, it sounded like an N rather than CH, like Rainal? Ramel? No, it's not. Don't smoke at home. I don't smoke in the house. I only smoke pot in the house. 30 is the new crybaby. No, no, thank you.
she didn't cry. I don't even know if she said anything. That's what I mean. Like people are assuming that she has a humiliation kink because even recently, Justin, his friend, and Haley went out. She got all dressed up. They put her in the back of the car, and then they proceeded to leave the car and not wait for her. It's like
No, Putty Cat is a terrible idea. We don't want to go to Santa Clara during Super Bowl week. We're obviously not going to go to the Super Bowl, and why go someplace that's crowded just to go there?
oh yeah, I don't.
That's a terrible idea. Nothing shows love more than a Super Bowl T-shirt. I'm pretty sure there are many things that show love more than that. I do think, Putty Cat, that you're right that the Seahawks will end up winning the Super Bowl.
Again,
Did the Seahawks win before?
they've won Super Bowls.
Oh yeah, I mean recently.
Maybe
I
not.
think it's been a while,
Yeah, maybe it has been.
but yeah, I don't love Seattle. I don't mind them winning the Super Bowl.
It's better than the Patriots.
Yeah, I'd rather that Seattle win than the Patriots. I'm glad the Chiefs aren't involved this year, and no, I wouldn't. Oh right, the Steelers lost that Super Bowl when Pete Carroll called a pass play down at the goal line and got intercepted. Is that right? Cockalorum, Snollygoster. A snollygoster is a fellow who wants office regardless of party, platform, or principles. Pillock. A very stupid or foolish person. Lickspittle. Looks like a sycophant. Smell fungus. An excessively fault-finding person. Don't be such a smell fungus. Ninny hammer.
So you want to know what's trending right now?
What's that?
2016 nostalgia. Isn't that weird?
I mean, I don't even remember 2016. I have no idea what was happening in 2016.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like people are looking
Um, I really like Mumpsimus, a stubborn person who insists on making an error in spite of being shown that it is wrong. Boy, I encounter a lot of Mumpsimuses in life. Milksop. This one I'm actually familiar with. It's like a pampered dandy. You could say I'm a milksop. Hobbledehoy.
I think I think part of the 2016 nostalgia is that like people who are Gen Zers were like early 20s maybe in 2016, if even in their, yeah, 20s. So it's like they're looking back on those times.
Yeah. Well, it's true that like a sense of positive nostalgia and thinking the past is cool is going to fall at a certain distance back from people of a certain age. It's like
Yeah.
a function of certain period of youth, you know.
Yeah, but you know, well, maybe nostalgia is not really. Maybe nostalgia is an SI thing, because when I think back to 2016, I was fucking sober, and I was at school for business.
You know what, my sweet summer child, you were being a bit of a mooncalf,
I had to decipher that.
an absent-minded person. It says here,
Oh.
uh, like here's another possible insult: a saltimbanco. A saltimbanco. She's a person who sells quack medicines from a platform. That is too challenging a word for that concept. They're also known as quacksalvers. Don't be a quacksalver. Smell feast. One given to finding out and getting invited to good feasts. You're just a smell feast. You walk around and smell some good smells and then you invite yourself over for dinner. That's it. We're all done. That's a good link, Acacia. You get 5 link points for that. I would go so far as to say, in the provision of that link, you prove that you are no pillock, and also that you are not a smell fungus.
Look how cute this is. Field mice take naps in flowers.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that real?
That's real.
How nice. Must be a pleasant smelling place to sleep.
It must.
Better a smell feast than a smell fungus. I like the term smell fungus because it's basically saying you are trying to buy mushrooms, which are inherently stinky, and then you're smelling them to see if they don't stink, you know?
So, Putty Cat, I don't love the song Living on a Prayer, but I have nostalgia for that song actually, because when my friends and I used to go out and that song would play, we would be like, we would switch the words up. So when it goes, oh, we're halfway there, oh, living on a prayer, we would say, oh, we're halfway there, oh, we live in Franklin Square.
That's silly.
It's fun.
That's cool.
It is silly, but it's fun.
Did Stefan Diggs beat his girlfriend? I don't know. Don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it was a remix.
Yeah, I have a lot of different songs that I sing random lyrics to. Like I have this thing where if I say a sentence with a certain syllabic cadence to it, it'll prompt me to like hear the song that has a part in it that has the same syllabic cadence.
I so I have terrible songs from heated rivalry stuck in my head sometimes.
Uh huh.
Like there was this one episode that had the tattoo song. All the things you said, all the things you said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. And literally, the whole episode has a song going through the fucking background. The whole episode. That was Heated Rivalry was the highest rated television show of 2025. And it's mind blowing to me because it was so bad.
It upsets you quite a bit. I don't like the show just because it agitated you a lot.
Yeah, it did.
But it does sound terrible. I think what they need to do, instead of just having that song play the whole time, they should have faded that song out and faded in. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it now.
Okay.
Diggs choked his chef, huh? Because he didn't like the food or what?
What? Oh.
What is the English word for a dried piece of poop that is still stuck in your butt cheeks?
Dingleberry!
Dingleberry is right.
She got the PayPal, just so you know. Okay.
Okay, so
they were mixed up. She thought it was sent to her Venmo. When I said that we sent it through PayPal, he was like, "Oh, I didn't realize it was through PayPal. Let me check in with her," and she got it.
Okay,
PayPal.
well, I sent it to him.
Oh.
But
I think he sent it to her.
Okay, that's fine.
Or whatever. They got it.
All right, cool. I mean, the thing is, I sent it like more than a week ago. And it got there right away, but I guess I just didn't look in there or whatever. You call it a tarot, huh? Well, I kind of wish that neither your people nor mine had a word for that.
Yeah.
She claims he didn't pay her and she lived in. He went to her room and assaulted her.
Oh, God.
It's called the Little Caesars. Wow. There was something when I started this live stream sometime back that the topic I wanted to talk about. Well, I don't remember exactly right now, but it was so interesting. Boy, I don't know what it is, but I can tell you for sure that it was incredibly interesting. A live-in chef, huh? That sounds like unnecessarily having a stranger in your house. Like, if I was super rich and wanted to pay for somebody else to make my food all the time, well then I guess it would make sense for them to be there for certain hours during the day, but why have them sleep over?
It just occurred to me that, like, You don't criticize me.
That's
You
true.
know, maybe you were upset when I was sleeping in, and
Right, but that was an example of how I mistook my feelings for indicating that there was a problem with you.
yeah, I know.
And that was not the case. And
No,
I learned from that.
no,
I don't do that
and
anymore.
that's me, like with being like, well, psychologists say that these are normal expressions of a healthy relationship, and then like,
Well, I mean, if they were focused on stuff that actually universalizes, it would be stuff like the other person's not trying to change you, doesn't want a different version of you than you are.
yeah,
Um, it would be things like speaks kindly of you, protect your dignity, stuff like that. Eric, remember when your mom and my mom were both moms? Those were the days. Boy, do I remember those days. Your mom and my mom used to go to mommy and me classes together, and then we'd chat about our moms and say, "Don't we have the best moms ever?" Not too long now until the Chicago Bears football game starts.
oh, I'm nervous. I don't want to watch. I'm gonna be nervous. I like that. I shouldn't even say that I like them because then they'll lose.
It's at Soldier Field, so they have the home field advantage. They got Caleb Williams. We got a good team this year, and like that ESPN article I read the other day said, even when the Bears are down, you always believe Caleb Williams is going to bring him back and make the plays and win the game. He doesn't always do it, but he's that kind of player. It was absolute mom sense.
I also have to recognize that, like, my FI is demonstrative, so it's natural for me to demonstrate my feelings towards you. But
Well, the thing I would say is that when you're in your FI, not only you have the bad FI in and of itself to deal with, but you are countervaluing paying
yeah,
attention that way. It's like when
it's,
I'm forced to be in TE.
yeah,
The best thing about moms is boobs because that's where you get your nourishing milks from.
is it snowing in Chicago too?
It does appear to be.
Wow,
I'm not sure how far away Chicago is from New England. I guess the
they're
Patriots
pretty
are in
far.
Boston, right?
Maybe an hour and a half on the flight,
Hmm.
maybe 2 hours.
Well, the Fridge and the 85 Bears. I remember that team. For sure, I was 14 years old. And Mike Ditka was the coach. William the Refrigerator Perry, but I had some other players that were good too, obviously. I don't remember all this the roster of the team or anything, but I remember a Saturday Night Live skit from around that time back in the day,
Yeah,
where these Chicago guys are sitting around there. So
that
like,
was a popular skit.
have you another one too? Yeah. Like,
The Bears, the Bears, the Bears, the
so
Bears, the
who would
Bears.
win? Uh, Mike Ditka versus the entire Dallas Cowboys team. Ditka, the Bears. Yeah, that I remember clearly. Walter Payton, Singletary, Mike Singletary, Vince McMahon. I do remember them, right? And everybody get off of our moms. Get away from our moms right now. Joe Buttkiss. His name's Dick Buttkiss. And he has an award. If, one time I was at Candace's parents' house, and Candace's sister Katie was there, and I mentioned, or maybe the TV said out loud or whatever, but I think I mentioned it, like, oh, that guy won the Dick Butt Kiss Award. And she laughs, like, what? What is that an award for? She'd never heard of it before. And it made me really be aware, acutely aware of the fact that, oh yeah, that's a ridiculous name for an award. You'd think it would be given out at some sort of pornography award show.
The Dick Butt Kiss.
The Dick Butt Kiss Award.
Yeah.
Okay, Chicago, it's your time to shine. Eddie Haskell was a Dick Butt Kiss. Can't believe Super Bowl Shuffle was a hit video. Oh yeah, it's an award, Acacia. I mean, I'm probably not gonna win the Dick Butt Kiss Award. It's a little late for me to put that on my list of aspirations. There are very few 54-year-olds making their debut in NFL. Barley. I don't think you meant just barley. I think you meant just alfalfa. Anyway, the butt kisses, maybe they couldn't do anything about their last name, but they could have chosen to not name their son Dick.
Damn. So, like, I'm looking at Katie's Instagram, and she's having a blast. And I would feel like I'm feeling it now. Like the sunkenness, maybe. Like, wow, like, Eric is having a great time without me. Like, it's heartbreaking. And I told Kami about it. And she was like, that is so selfish of her. I never thought of it that way.
I don't know if Dick Buttkiss was named Richard, or it says on his birth certificate Dick, but I would guess that most people, their nickname, they start going by that fairly early in life. Like, I started calling Delilah D early in life. Let's say that stuck and she went by that. Well, it wouldn't be because she chose it, really.
Yeah, it's true.
So probably his parents called him Dick, even if they named him Richard. Are we really having this conversation? Um, Possibly. It could be an illusion. What were we talking about before that? You were saying.
It's difficult when two people are not having the same experience.
Oh,
like,
right, that thing, Kay and Jared.
Yeah, like, when I was in New York, I was not happy.
Yeah, well, it seems like Kay has maybe a largish happy family.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, it's a tough one because I can understand how Kay would want to go back and spend some time with her family after being out of the country for a long time, right? And I can also understand how it might not be economically feasible or wise for them both to go out of the country for a long time because obviously then, you know, Jared wouldn't be making any money and in the status quo, Kay can have work over there and make money while she's doing this visit, and Jared can stay here and work his job. So, um, accordingly, I get why it's played out the way it has, but I also understand that this is a lot harder on Jared than it is on Kay, right? So in that regard, um, that could be tough. It's also the case though that Jared's able to do some things that he can't normally do too. Like I went over the other night, he was playing music with a couple of people, and
Oh.
one of them was on the stand-up bass, and one of them was on the banjo. And the stand-up bass guy, well, like he and Kay are kind of redundant, so that's probably something he wouldn't get to do if Kay were in town.
Yeah, like I saw he went to an open mic.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's good. He's not isolated or isolating.
I wish he would have told us about the open mic. But I guess it would depend if it would have to have happened on the right moment in the Adderall cycle.
Well, and also, I whatever you saw, like them practicing, was probably what they were practicing for the
Oh, I see.
open mic. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Dick Van Dyke is pretty common. He is the guy behind the Dick Van Dyke Show. Cochran. There's a guy for the Athletics named Richard Lovelady. Dick Lovelady is a pretty good name. And there's Skirts Donghandel. There was a girl at my high school named Brighton Early. that's that's horrible. Obviously, her parents must have known what they were doing when they made that name, right? Dong Swing Scrotfondle. If your last name is Scrotfondle, don't name your son Dong Swing. Although Brighton is such a popular name. Are there any chance of hearing Satchel? Sure, I could play a song. I could use my fingers and play a song. Everybody say woo woo wrong. I'll use this acoustic guitar, which is all natural, just like God made it. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I'll look for my sack full of solitude and that satchel filled up with home. And that satchel, now nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 satchel of helpful goods. Thank you, darling. Thank you. What a wonderful audience. I will now play Amelia, but in case you have requested, I'm going to have to bring up the old, thanks at other times, appreciate it. I have to bring up the old set list, bet list. All right, here we go. Meowgity meow. Where are you at? Don't go hiding. Okay. Now I need to do this.
I don't understand it. Everyone is like posting about 2016. It's like such a trend. Crazy.
Well, it's far enough back that people can be like, oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I guess, but not. It wasn't the same in 2025. People looking back at 2015. It's like 2016 for someone. For some reason, like must have been a pivotal year for some people. I'm not sure.
Maybe. Amelia, go from that place, take unto thee the details of your case. When you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then? Moving sideways into space, you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure. No matter what we do, Amelia. sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. There we go. That's why they call me Two Song Wu Fong. Old Two Song Wu Fong playing tonight. Oh, wow. That sort of hit the receiver in the hands, but the DB got there awful quick. I don't think he really had a meaningful chance to make the play. Oh no, he just dropped it. My bad. It was a little behind him, but that just went right through his arms. Neil Young, I don't really know any Neil Young songs. I mean, I can sing without playing the guitar a little bit of the song that goes, "Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you." That's about all I can sing. Fourth down, false start. Oh no, not false start. I don't know why he was doing that with his hands. 4th and 3, they're going for it, huh? Why do you not kick the field goal? Hey, here's an idea, Bears. Maybe kick the field goal. You thought about that? If it were 4th and a yard, maybe, but 4th and 3, kick the field goal. Yeah, picked off. So instead of getting 3 points, they now have the ball at the 17-yard line. And why? Because they didn't listen to Eric. I told them. I said, you heard it. I said, kick the field goal. And they're like, nah, Eric doesn't know what he's talking about. Wow. Let me tell you, it's been this disturbing trend in not just the NFL, but also college football lately, of coaches, time and time again, going for it on 4th down within field goal range. Kick the field goal. If you're 4th and 1 from the, 4th and goal from the 1, okay, fine. If it's going to be a long field goal, maybe, okay. But like what just happened there, 4th and 3 from like the 23-yard line, Chicago goes for it, they're kicking the field goal. Here's what's wrong with that. Let's say they did get it. Still no guarantee they're going to get a touchdown, and they could turn the ball over and get nothing out of it. They have this moment right there where they can convert a 4th down into points that are pretty much guaranteed to the short field goal. Take the fucking points. If this game ends with the Bears losing by 3 points or something, I mean, that's the game right there. It is a cheese Danish. Imported from the finest Danish cookeries in Denmark. This is delicious. It's actually from the supermarket. Where did the supermarket get it? I don't know. Beck I. Fulton. I have stuffed bell peppers in the oven made with deer. Huh. You should call them venipeppers. Hmm. I need to get a little bit of food in my belly, because until this, I really haven't eaten anything today. The Rams have the ball. Oh, I forgot the Bears playing the Rams. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be touring in this game. Oh, I want the Bears to do well because of Caleb Williams, also because Rachel's dad likes the Bears a lot. But I'm from LA originally. I like the Rams.
Yeah.
I'm kind of touring,
I'm not expecting you.
But I like Caleb Williams.
That's true.
So
No.
I have independent reason to like the Bears. Nice play. Puka Nakua. Puka Nakua sounds like some some like white person from the mainland making up pretend Hawaiian. Oh, Matt Stafford let that last pass a little bit in front of his receiver. Could have made the completion and gotten 3 or 4 yards out of it probably. Puka Nakua. What's your name? Puka Nakua. You're just making that up. That's not your name. Yeah, my name is Meow Meow Baba. Well, my name really is Puka Nakua. Likely story. Good catch. Good. That ball was a little behind him too. I was rather shocked by the horrible quarterback play of one C.J. Stroud in the previous game. He looked terrible. Like even on not particularly difficult passes, he was consistently off target, throwing the ball behind people. He looked really bad. Do you play Zenless Zone Zero? Never heard of it. So no. Did you have a video game called Zen Meditation, where you move your guy to like a room that has a blank wall, and you sit your guy down, have him look at the blank wall, and the longer you can remain still, the more points you get. But you have to move things on your controller to remain still in the game. It becomes increasingly difficult to remain still. And then if you do it long enough, then you unlock enlightenment. Sean Hochuli is one of the referees at today's game. And the Rams helmets, the back of them remind us to choose love. Choose it. The other option being to choose, I guess, neutrality, detachment, disengagement, or something. Could be that. Obviously, you could choose hate, but I don't think it's correct to say that your only two choices are love and hate. There you go, Mr. Ram. Nope, not this time, says the Bears defense. We're going to shut that run down just a yard past the line of scrimmage. And they did. And now it's going to bring up a third down from about midfield. You recommend Zenless Zero, Zone Zero? I don't play video games really. My favorite game is Tic Tac Toe. Sometimes when I really get into a Tic Tac Toe marathon, I can play it for days and days without sleeping. First down, Rams. And it appears the receiver was once again one Mr. Puka Nakua. He gets some high fives on his way off the field and a jacket once he gets to the sidelines because it's cold out there, folks. Pretty darn cold. You know, I think I was talking about this some last night too, but somebody came in this dream last night. And I don't know, I wasn't really paying a lot of attention to the chat because I was on mushrooms. But I don't know what else he said really prior to this, but he said something like he didn't like me, and before he left, something along the lines of, "This guy's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is," which is, you know, my point is always, whatever status you want to afford me in terms of dumb or smart, I concede to that status because, um, let's say I'm dumb. Well, I'm not predicating any of my arguments on the idea that I'm on being smart. So it's not like the reason that this we should define a word like this in this context to do the following things is never because I'm smart. The reason you should agree with me is never because I'm smart. And there's never a good reason to disagree with me just because I'm dumb. So whatever status you want to put as far as that goes is fine with me. I got my IQ as well. It could be from 0 to 1,000,000. I don't care. So when the issue of whether someone's smart comes up, I think it's important to remember that it's not a status that matters because there's never anything predicated on that. Like nobody says, um, like, well, we're sure to win this football game because I've added up the IQs of people on our team and the IQs of people on their team, and we're smarter. They don't do that for things that even might link to more classically to academic style smarts than football. Instead, people people who are interested in knowing what their IQ is or what somebody else's IQ is, um, they're it's like being focused on it's in general like well a good example would be like listening to two people about a topic, one of whom has a PhD in psychology. There's absolutely no reason to to conclude anything from that PhD because you have what they're actually saying to look at. You can evaluate it on its merits, right? So, and the point is, like, do I Think I'm smart? I think I'm a lot of things, right? I think I am good at doing certain things and terrible at doing other things. Like pretty much everybody. But yeah, who knows what was off putting about whatever I was saying to that guy. And some guy said something like, first he thought I might have a mental disability or a mental problem or something. And then he touchdown Rams. Any tuna sandwiches recently? I have not had any tuna sandwiches recently. I just had some cheese Danish to kind of address my hunger. Not a good solution to my hunger because I should eat something more hearty, like at least a frozen dinner, rather than just the sugary bread. But I didn't feel like making anything. Charlie Kirk is not here. No, he's passed on.
I can't. So like, um, uh, it's. I think the idea of Britney Spears being an ISFJ is not accurate. Like, I'm gonna show you guys the most recent, and and anyone in a bad mental state can act differently, right?
Uh huh.
But this, like, I just don't see an ISFJ acting like this, and I'll show you.
Is that really chosen? I'll answer that in a second. Both
Okay.
coked up? Me and Rachel, or no, we're not coked up.
No, but this is Britney Spears right now. How no ISFJ that I know would do this. This is ESFP behavior.
Who types her as ISFJ anyway?
Ruben had thought that she was an ISFJ.
Hmm. How do you know if there used to be only one continent? I don't think that's the sort of thing we can know definitively one way or the other. Uh, we it's a reasonable conclusion to draw just by looking at the continents and seeing how they appear to fit together.
Yeah, it's Brittany, and she's not doing well. Like, it is sad because she's not doing well. She's not. She's taking meth a lot and sexualizing herself a lot. Uh, she doesn't have any friends. The friends that she has are also like trouble, like Paris Hilton and Madonna. So it's like the blind leading the blind. No, she wasn't okay.
I'm not sure she admits it expressly. I'm not sure if you could find a quote of her saying, "Yes, I'm doing meth," but
No,
apparently there's.
but there's a video of her driving from. She's smoking meth in her car.
There you go. Wasn't she doing okay until the past year or so? Well,
No.
she may have been. She got off of that conservatorship at some point,
Yeah,
and she's
but
been trying to figure it out since, I guess.
yeah, they did make out. And Paris
Oh,
Hilton and Brittany made out too. They
oh,
were like a threesome. Her, Lindsay, and Paris. I don't. I agree with you, Acacia. I don't think she's been okay for a while. Like on Reddit, it people are like, no, she's like way worse than she was like a couple of years ago, and that might be true. But I think even a couple of years ago, she wasn't okay. She. I think they go nuts when their relevance dies and the newer, younger model comes out, rinse and repeat. Um,
I think that better describes Madonna
mm,
than Britney. I think Britney, by the time she was done with her conservatorship, she didn't want to work anymore. She didn't want to do that stuff. She didn't. She she just wanted to be free to Britney.
mm-hmm.
And like a lot of people, maybe even a little bit like me, you know, when you're free to do what you want and empowered to do it, you can't necessarily trust yourself to be self-disciplined. But it
No.
seems to me like it's probably spiraled for her
Yeah.
more than some other people. Why was she on a conservatorship? Because she made poor decisions with her money and stuff, and was she mentally ill? Like, probably that was part of
Yeah.
the justification for the conservatorship, but um, I think it was primarily just to protect her long-term interests. Whether or not, on balance, the people who were managing that uh, did her good, or to some extent took advantage of her, whatever. I don't really know. 7-0 Rams. As the snow falls at Soldier Field, which I believe is post World War One. Is it memorializing World War One soldiers, or is it post World War Two? Well, I don't think anybody would call Brittany a prude. Kind of depresses me. Also, I just heard about Aubrey Plaza's husband.
Yeah.
He self-deleted. Yeah.
I don't know. I heard that he. I don't know. I don't know.
When did this happen exactly?
Last year.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't just like a couple days ago or something.
No.
What exactly happened? Yeah.
No, I don't. I forget. Acacia might know.
Oh, drop. That's that drop hurts for Chicago. The DIE.
Yeah. Oh, his dog.
And have they determined the cause of death? World War One memorial is right. Yeah, that's what I thought. But then when I said it, I was like, really? That seems like an awful long time ago for them to still be using the stadium. Um, well, that's terrible.
They say too that like a lot of her behavior is because of the meth. Because I don't know, maybe you can attest to this, but like, uh, yeah, he was a director. He did commit suicide. Um, so a lot of like, they say that a lot of people attribute Bernie's behavior to her meth because they say that meth like sexualizes people. It makes them very hypersexual. Is that
Well,
true?
I mean, sort of. Sometimes it uh, amphetamines can make you tweak out on that.
Mm.
You also tweak out on other stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, after I like settled into doing math and stuff, I didn't spend hours masturbating or what have you. I mostly tweaked out on other stuff. But if if that's your natural thing anyway, right? Then that's probably what you're gonna tweak out on.
And if she wants to be like that, that's fine. It's just the posting of it that's odd. Um,
Yeah, well, discretion about being public about stuff when you're on meth is also dependent on what kind of person you are, right? Like I didn't have a lot of discretion about it myself.
mm.
I was always like, "How's some more crazy shit on there?"
Yeah, a lot of people who were like Free Britney are now like, what did I what did I support?
Wow, big run.
That was a big run.
Chicago gets the first down. IDK if she might truly want to be like that, although I'm not sure. I don't really know anything about her.
You know,
The thing about stuff like that is you may go through a period of time and it may turn out that obviously you don't want to be unhinged meth addict forever or something, but it's also the case that certain things have to run their course. Like maybe you get into something, you push it until it starts having bad consequences, and then you pull back.
but she doesn't know. She's so clueless, like the smoking on the airplane.
Yeah.
I think I don't know what I think. I think that she hasn't had good guidance and um, maybe is kind of stuck in 2002.
Yeah, well, maybe to some extent, most people, in, in one way or another, ultimately kind of drive themselves off a cliff because, what works for some period of time might not work forever, or what works when you're young might not work when you're old. And
Yeah.
when you start to develop certain habits and expectations and stuff, it becomes increasingly difficult to change that expression of self. And it may also be that that expression of self becomes increasingly important in terms of like um, filling a hole or something.
It's sad because it's really affecting. She expresses that she wants to have a relationship with her children, but it's unfortunate that her sons don't want to spend time with her because of how she's acting. So it's like it's a vicious cycle. Like uh she can't really win. She she will have to, if she really wants to have a relationship with her kids, she's going to have to change. And I don't think there's anyone she doesn't really have any guidance, so uh no, not right away. Thanks, it is MW. I one time I was yeah, she needs to make sacrifices. Yeah. Yeah. And she has to come to it on her own, you know? Her kids could even say like, "Mom, I want you to change," but she has to do that herself. So I was at Wednesday Adams as a Halloween costume, because I was obsessed with Wednesday Adam growing up. I was like, "Oh my god, she's my girl." And I
Right.
won
Maybe it's just called Jared.
yeah, sure.
Deal with the car thing.
Um I'm gonna smoke some, definitely. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I forget.
I'll even call him. Hold on.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Uh
Straight to voicemail.
Okay, let me smoke some. I have my pipe. I need a lighter. People are really worried. People are really worried about Britney, and I don't have any pictures, unfortunately. if I go home to New York and I look through the photos that we have, I'll try to find one. The only thing that didn't match the costume was my mom put me in cowboy boots because they were black. I wanted regular boots, but she didn't get me them. But yeah, I won a Halloween costume contest by dressing like Wednesday Adam as a kid. Of course, I was shy and awkward as hell when I won the award, but um, or won the contest, I should say. Hmm, 9, maybe a little older, 10, around there. It was fun. I think it was like the only like kind of contest like that that I've ever won. Um, a costume that I've always wanted. Yeah, elementary school. Yeah. So like when it was like a few years after the movie came out. What did I win? I think I won extra candy or something like that. I don't even remember. Um, because again, like I was so like shy about winning. Yeah, the accolades, you know. Um, it's one of the things that like yeah, Uncle Fester thing. I was just like obsessed because like at that time in my life, I was very much like I just related to
Caleb
Wednesday
Williams
Adams
is
a
a
lot.
winner.
What?
Caleb Williams is a winner. I would not. I kind of expect the Raiders to win this game. See how he makes time, finds that
Wow.
teeny little window there, and makes that
Such
throw.
a tiny little window that could have gone bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred Armisen does it, Uncle Fester? That's funny.
I like Fred Armisen's girl who dances
Yeah,
in the street.
me too.
I'm just a rebel teen girl.
Can I have the lighter, please?
Yes.
Thank
Oh, the new season of Crunchyroll is spectacular. It has so many good shows. I it's it's such a wonderful change of pace from last season, the fall seasons on Crunchyroll was very thin pickings, slim pickings. But this season we've got a glut of good shows. Jujutsu Kaisen resumed, and I really liked today's expository episode. They did an episode that basically explained the situation, the plans, etc. And it's fairly complicated, but they did an amazing job of structuring all that information, presenting it all in an episode that was still entertaining and looked gorgeous. Jujutsu Kaisen is so well drawn, it's crazy. But my absolute favorite cartoon in terms of how it looks is Kamen Rider.
I really like that. I want to watch that with you. Like, I like that.
Okay, cool.
Our
I did watch an episode of that uh, last night, and it was so wonderfully weird, funny, and also like entertaining in a plot way too.
You
It's
don't find that very often in anime.
yeah, I don't generally like humor in anime. I don't think Japanese humor translates very well to Americans. But Kamen Rider is different. Kamen Rider is is great. It's like this. Yeah, the way that they blend the good guys and the bad guys together in odd ways is really interesting. Last night, one of the main guys, maybe the main guy in Shocker, is this monster guy. they had this strange storyline where he ended up moving in with this one pop idol who was not there when the rest of her pop idol group was killed by the bad guys, and had this really strange domestic relationship. Um, like the whole idea of the show is just fantastic. That there are these adults who have been obsessed with Kamen Rider since they were kids and believe themselves to be some kind of incarnation of the characters of the show, and everybody else more or less thinks they're crazy, but there's equivalently minded people on the other side playing the role of Shocker, so it actually exists. How long are the episodes? 22 minutes, same, standard. If you cut out the stuff at the beginning and end, 22 minutes. And the drawing style on it is just fantastic. The way they do blushing on that show is just, it couldn't be any better. Yeah, Japanese are enamored with showing people blushing. Oh, incomplete pass. That brings up 4th and 4. The Rams are going to have to punt. Um, I don't normally like things that are too like minimalist or arty, but there's this uh, show called Journal of the Witch, which is about this teenage girl. Both of her parents die in a car crash. She's taken in by her aunt, and uh, I haven't actually encountered any magic at all in the show yet, but it's beautifully done. It's not like super sad either. It's just really well done, even though the circumstances are objectively sad. Freer season 2, I think, maybe season 3. I'm not sure if there've been 2 seasons before or one. I'm glad the illustration style is good as well, because I find it tough to watch anime if I find it aesthetically not very pleasing. Well, that's certainly fair. That's not something that I particularly prioritize in anime myself. I don't I don't necessarily I'm not particular about how it's drawn if the storyline is good, but I nevertheless do note and appreciate it when it's remarkably artistically done visually. Fire Force is another one that's incredibly striking visually. Jujutsu Kaisen, Fire Force, and Kamen Rider, all three of those are, I think, gorgeous. Kamen Rider is definitely uh, a different style than, say, Jujutsu Kaisen, which is Jujutsu Kaisen does a lot of like different kinds of drawing them. So sometimes it'll do, kind of your standard anime drawing. Sometimes it'll show them with like outlines on them. I'm not sure what season it's on, but it's on episode 50. I think it's the third season, might be the fourth. So yeah, Fire Force resumed, Frieren resumed, Jujutsu Kaisen resumed, and what else do they have this season? There's a show called uh, Sentenced. I think it's Sentenced to Be a Hero. Might be like Cursed to Be a Hero, something like that. But it's about this population of like knights, sword type people, swords and magic knights people who have been convicted of a serious crime, and then they're sentenced to have their soul put into a succession of bodies to fight these what they call fairies, but some kind of monsters. And that one's quite good as well. Uh, Another one that continued is Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise is another really well drawn cartoon. Hell's Paradise is one of those shows that I like it a lot. I I watched intently every episode of the season that came out already, but it's also a show that I'm unlikely to rewatch again on the sooner side because it's uh, it's driven so much by like a succession of stuff that happens rather than I don't know. It doesn't follow your traditional hero's journey narrative arc, I guess. What did I do with my Klondike bar? Where did I put the mouse? Oh, Eric, you sweet summer child. There's another one this season called something Eris, Eris, and it's about this super nice, sincere girl who runs into some problems and then she makes a deal with the ghost of this super Machiavellian like force of a force of a woman who was executed some 10 years prior. That's also very good. Heard my name. Hi, the ghost. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the ghost of Christmas past, but I can understand how you might make the mistake. Nice punt. Wow. It's a beautiful punt. I bet Isaac Punch will have something to say about that one.
Oh yeah.
I found the mouse. Happy days are here again. I want to see what else I'm forgetting about from the current Crunchyroll season. Scum of the Brave is good as well. It's kind of like, a little bit more like candy stuff. It's not as well written or something as Common Rider. Common Rider is beautifully well written. I love it.
It's good to have some like candy.
Yeah. Roll over and die will fight for an ordinary life with my love and my cursed sword. That's quite good. I'm really enjoying that. Jack of all trades, party of none. I'm liking that too. It's a little bit one of those protagonist characters who's very ISTP, which is not necessarily my favorite kind of protagonist, but it's fine.
How about, does anyone have Acacia? Like, do you have HBO at all? Like, I'm looking for a new TV show from HBO to watch. I think it's half and half with Trump.
Do I think Trump is crazy enough to do yeah? Possibly, but I also know that he's has a history of using language irresponsibly and then it not actually manifesting in the way that he said. The show From is insanely good.
Is that on HBO? I have not seen Ted Lasso, no. I remember when the actor who plays Ted Lasso, his wife cheated on him and left him for Harry Styles or something. I remember all the people, so many people were angry because they were like, "How can you do that to Ted Lasso?" So I guess he portrays a good guy. Like, how could you do that? But especially when you have a kid, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I know a lot of people who Rachel is really good, not what you expect. Cool. It's gotten good ratings. Like, um, I've heard about it. Is it on HBO? I just watched I Love LA, and it's basically girls in LA, which the only difference is the location. Like, they're really, and like maybe like the person's career is that she's a manager, an entertainment manager instead. But like, I don't know, it's good if you like girls. If you like girls and you're missing girls and you want a story like that, it's good to watch. It's not bad. It's just heavily influenced by um girls.
Steve Billings is live, huh?
Cool. Should we say hi?
Well, I could put this here. Steve Billings is live, apparently.
Sometimes, you know me, I do talk a bit sexually sometimes, just the way I am. I can't go. And when you
Come
actually
say
hear,
hi to the man who met Harvey Levin. I don't know who Harvey Levin is.
He's that guy from TMZ we were talking
Oh,
about.
right.
Well, I see that your panel seems to be popping. So good for you, Steve Billings. I'm not personally a fan of consuming panels content, but I certainly will acknowledge that it's a good way to generate a lot of activity around your channel. It seems to be very successful for Taylor. It's just not my thing.
I think I'm hypersexual. I mean, hypersensitive to like relationship stuff because in the media, like a lot of celebrity relationships are just like terrible and they make me be like, oh my God, like, how could you tolerate that? So I'm like, oh my God, am I that girl and I don't realize it? Like, I already know that I am low maintenance. And that, like, I don't, that I'm easily influenced and stuff. Uh, I just don't want to be that. I don't want to be the girl who's like more obsessed in a relationship. I want it to be equal. And I think it is.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, what's equal for sure is the significance of the relationship to each of us. You're just as important to me as I am to you.
Yeah.
What may not be equal is I don't stress about the relationship as much as you do.
Yeah.
But I can't. Nothing I can do about that.
No, I don't want. You don't have to.
Well, the Rams are punting, so both defenses have gotten a couple stops here, and Caleb Williams and the Bears will take over on offense when we get back from these important messages. What's that you say? You love important messages? Cool. I love important messages too. Yeah, we know the asylum is live, Steve Billings. And it is true that I don't really want to be on your panel, but it's not because I'm afraid of it. It's because it requires a lot of social navigating, like being respectful of letting other people have time to talk and being okay with the idea that a given line of inquiry isn't going to get resolved. It's just going to be addressed by one or two people and then, topic will shift or whatever, and so forth. It's just inherent to panels that aspects of them that I don't really like participating on them. Uh, so, it's conceivable that, let's say, your panel we're talking about subjects that I know about. It's in that case, it would definitely benefit everybody to hear what I have to say, but the format is not. It's such that I'd be very crippled in how I could, in how to convert my knowledge into information for people. In this context, I can just explain things because, me and Rachel have the mic and everybody else is in the chat. You might say, well, that's not a good way to have a conversation. Yeah, well, a lot of times it's a bit of a monologue. Ted Lasso looks at stereotypes in relationships but blows them out of the water. I don't remember how I saw it, but it came out on Apple TV.
Oh, we don't have Apple TV.
Yeah, we don't have Apple.
It did get great ratings. I think he won an award for his character portrayal.
The thing, of course, is on some level it sounds like something where I might think, I could go onto that panel, see how it is, hang out, talk with some new people, but I already know how it's going to play out. Most of it's going to be me sitting quietly and listening to other people say wrong things. You have access to Plex TV? I don't even know what that is. Never heard of it.
I think I used to use Plex when I had a Roku.
We have YouTube TV, HBO, Crunchyroll, Netflix.
Yeah, we don't really need just for one show. It's not.
Bears get a first down. It's interesting how there's like two lines down where the hash marks are all the way down the field. I wonder why. We do have Prime Video, uh, and occasionally watch it. As far as I can tell, there's no way to not have Prime Video and also have the other aspects of Amazon Prime that are worth having. So that's why we have Prime Video. That's where Continuum is. Cool. Continuum, huh?
I don't know where Adolescence is, but Adolescence was nominated for a lot of Golden Globes.
They told me about Continuum about a year ago. It's a time traveling show. I may have watched the beginning of one of the episodes or something. Like whether or not a show sticks enough for me to get into it and start watching it does have a lot to do with my mood when I first start watching it. Like if I'm in a If I'm in like everything sucks mood, then it's like even if I can see that it's good, I'm just like I just can't watch anything right now. Caleb Williams fakes the handoff, fakes the pitch, and tries to hit his receiver on the sideline, but he wasn't really open, and the ball went out of bounds for an incomplete pass. One of the few shows that has a twist that I never saw coming. Oh, that's intriguing. It's a good way to sell it, Danny Chess. I'm curious now. Time travel show. It sounds like in general it's a little bit more in my wheelhouse than Rachel's, but she might enjoy it too. Who knows?
What?
A time travel show.
Oh, I don't know if I've actually watched any time. Well, no, I haven't watched any time travel shows.
Nice run up the middle by the Bears running back who gets a first down, moves the chains, and the Bears offense has the Rams defense on their heels. We got a good push off that front of that offensive line. I do like NFL playoff football. I'm not a huge NFL fan, but I like it when it gets to be playoff time. I do think it's a little weird that uh, Steve Billings would imagine that, like, to coming to my live stream while I'm live streaming and suggesting that people go to his live stream is, um, I don't think it's gonna work because people who are interested in this live stream may be a much smaller percentage of the population than people who are interested in the panel. But it's also the case that I don't think that population is going to overlap a great deal because it's such a different kind of thing to consume. But by and large, I'm not. I don't mind self promotion particularly. And, see somebody like that and see all the activity around his panel and such. And it drives home the point that um, being successful and doing what you want do not have a lot of overlap. I mean, that may be what he wants to do, but if so, the fact that he wants to do it is still incidental. It's like, people seem to be quite interested in panel discussions. It's kind of, I guess it is more tangibly a community. It's got a lot of drama stuff goes on in those panels too, with people talking about this other person who did meow or whatever. Kind of, I guess, playing out more like a social community and less like a community of people quietly musing about things. I was gonna say more like a high school community, but I didn't want to be derisive. I didn't want to say something that was, obviously derisive in some way. So I said social. The Bears need to play action. Need to play action on fourth if they're going to go for it. God damn it. Um, well, the thing is, the Bears already earlier in the game had a fourth down from the 20 something yard line of the Rams, and 4th and 3. It could easily have converted that into 3 points. Instead, they went for it. Why? Yeah, I get some going for it on fourth down in some instances. Like in this instance, though, in this instance, they were in field goal range again. They were in field goal range again. That's 6 points. The Bears have just not put on the board. And if they had won their gamble and gotten the first down, that's not a guarantee they're going to get a touchdown. They still might have to kick the field goal, and they might turn it over at some point. So just kick the field goal. This is something that has been driving me crazy about football in recent years as coaches have started passing up field goals to go for it. It's one thing to go for it if it's a super long field goal that you don't, because then if you miss it, you give your opponents good field position. It's one thing to go for it if, like, it's 4th and goal from the 1 yard line or something, because then if you do get it, you also get a touchdown. So it's like you're saying, I'm going to gamble, try to get a touchdown instead of a field goal. But if you're, from the 25-yard line or something, you're not gambling to either get a field goal or a touchdown. You're gambling to get a field goal or a first down, which, more often than not is going to result in a field goal anyway.
Like Britney Spears, like, do you think like social media is like the same thing as like sending like nudes to a private person? It's so weird. She touches herself so sexually, it makes me uncomfortable.
Well, you know why it doesn't make me uncomfortable?
You don't watch it?
Because I don't watch it. So it's like, Britney's going to be Britney. It's up to you whether you want to look at it.
Well, it comes up on my feed, like on my Reddit.
Fair enough. The Rams try a deep pass down the sideline, falls incomplete, brings up a 3rd and 9. And still a tie game. So maybe the Bears going for it won't 100% bite them in the ass because maybe the Rams will have to punt. But regardless, let's say the Rams do punt. Well, now you just look at a game that should be 13-7, but is instead 7-7, and the Bears have the ball either way. So, oh goodness, down goes Stafford. Down goes Stafford. And number 6 for the Bears, he's flying like an eagle. Mr. Gordon getting past that half-assed release block from whatever position guy that was who released into the middle of the field to try to get a reception. Well, I think the plan was for that guy to pretend to block and then go get a pass, but he needed to pretend to block for longer. If he wasn't going to pretend to block for longer, then he should have been Stafford's first read. Like, all right, this guy's going to come unblocked through here, basically, so look for me right away. But instead, Stafford just took a sack. And the Bears celebrated like they were flying through the sky. Both games today played in the snow. It's hard to say how much that impacts a team, but in the last game, there sure were a lot of turnovers. And it seems fair to say that it's something to do with the weather. This game seems to be a little cleaner. One imagines that, like, the team from the cold weather place has an advantage in the cold weather because presumably they're used to it. I'm not sure I really buy that. I think that individual people are more or less uh, negatively impacted by cold weather. So if your name is Joe Sunshine and you don't play well in cold weather, going and playing for a cold weather team won't get you used to it and make that go away. You just hate it, right? Why did I come play in Green Bay? You'll ask yourself. That's my hypothesis on weather and football. Now, I hear you, Teabag. Weather schmother indeed when you're talking about a playoff game. But I'm just kind of musing about whether the Rams are really disadvantaged by the cold weather just because they're not from a cold weather place. Maybe, maybe not, is what I'm thinking. The Bears now, 1st and 10. Caleb Williams drops back to pass, throws the ball across the middle, finds his receiver, who's upended at the 35-yard line of the Rams. Big play, almost in field goal range again already. And I don't know, probably not, but maybe this time when they get in field goal range, they will, kick a field goal. That would be a crazy change of pace. They might be in field goal range now. I don't know how good their kicker is. He got a quarter of a yard. Number 25, running the ball off the right side. That's the 2-minute warning. What are they warning you about? That in 2 minutes it'll be halftime. I don't like the fact that college football implemented a 2-minute timeout, but insist on calling it the 2-minute timeout instead of the 2-minute warning. Can we just have the same name in both places, please? And I don't like the way that certain sports try to, maybe in football, tries to get rid of the term sudden death overtime. Just call it sudden death overtime. It's fine. It's a clear metaphor, like as soon as the score happens, one of these teams will be knocked out of the contest. It'll be over. Trying to call it sudden victory overtime. Don't do that. That's just playing with biscuits like it's nobody's business. Arby's looks good. I could make some cooked food. Do you want to eat something, Rachel?
What are you thinking about making? I'm not terribly hungry.
I was thinking about making rice and something. I could do rice and broccoli. I could do rice and spam. I could do rice and smoked sausage.
Okay, whatever you choose, that's fine. I'm only gonna have a little bit right now.
Okay.
I'll probably have leftovers, as I do.
All right. So I'm going to go make that at halftime, which is coming up soon. I'll wait for this last 2 minutes. Emmett Smith, you're a real dancing Dan. Coming up at halftime, we four people will share commentary about the earlier game, this game we're watching now, and other possible matchups in the future. All right, Bears are snapping the ball, faking the handoff, faking the other handoff, throwing it to the receiver coming out of the backfield into the flat. And number 25 there, he gets a few yards. Maybe they're at the 30 now. Bears punch it in. We have one hell of a game. The Rams can put up points. This is not a game to come from behind on, Chicago style. Well, too bad, you've got Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is a winner. If the Bears do fall behind, Caleb Williams will find a way to at least have a shot at winning at the end. He's a real good quarterback. Like, that should have been caught. Now, number 84, you cost your team a first down. But maybe, just maybe, this time, Chicago will kick a field goal. Amazing. Amazing. I told them to on the first time. I didn't tell them to on the second time because I didn't realize they were in field goal range. But if I had recognized that, I would have told them to. And here we have the third time they finally listened to me. Is it good? Yes, it is good. Now Chicago has 10 points. You see how that works? Chicago Bears coaching staff? When you kick field goals, you get 3 points that you otherwise would not have. I do respect the Rams coach. I think he's a good coach. And I think he's gotten good results from the Rams for some chunk of years now. I do think Stafford's a good quarterback. Puka Nakua is a good receiver. I think last year the Rams had Lad McConkey, right? But this year he played for the Chargers. Lad McConkey is a great name for a football player, or for anything really. I be Lad McConkey. Tom Brady, you already have a job broadcasting football after a hugely successful playing career. What makes you say, yes, I want to make Pizza Hut commercials? I remember when Tom Brady married, or I don't know, maybe started going out with some like supermodel or something. But apparently they got divorced. And it seems like at the time when they got together, it was generally thought, oh, this is a good pairing. These two will do well together. But they didn't last. Giselle Bundchen said, I don't want to be with you anymore, Tom Brady, because you're like, you know, too into football, I think. Was that it? He was too into football?
I think so. He wasn't spending enough time with family.
Oh, big hit. Number 88 returns the kickoff to, I don't know what yard line exactly. Oh, that's head to head. They could have called targeting on that. Probably they shouldn't have. I'm glad they didn't, but they could have called targeting. So what did Giselle Bundchen do after she left Tom Brady? I wonder.
She remarried.
Hmm. Did she marry another like famous person?
I don't know. Maybe. Let me see.
Nice little completion there by the Rams, but clock's a ticking. They're still fairly deep in their own end, and they should though have enough time to make some plays here. Keep make a
Karate
field
guy.
goal. Karate guy, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's athletic. He looks athletic. He's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor.
Oh.
Well, they're both Brazilian, so that.
I like the idea of him being a karate guy better than a jiu-jitsu instructor. So, like, I imagine some guy who's like, in the park in his karate dojo, you know, hi, making karate chops in the air and kicks in the air and stuff. And then she goes to the park and she's like, oh my God, you look so cool. And then they start growing up. And yes, he's a karate guy, but he doesn't actually get in any fights with karate. He's just he he's taught himself, you know. Likes to practice in the park. Sometimes he plays around with nunchucks. Stafford back to pass, drops it off underneath to the outlet receiver. 30 seconds remain. Will the Rams clock it? Will they get a playoff? Will they call timeout? The clock stopped. What happened here? Oh, Rams used their last timeout. Halftime's a coming. Halftime drawing near. But the Rams are not far from field goal range. Might even be in field goal range right now. I'm not sure. Let's take a gander at the goose when we see just what is loose. What yard line are you on, Rams? Let's find out. Oh no, they're way back at the 42 or something. They need a good 7, 8 yards. Uh-oh. Throw the ball. Go. First down and more. Now they're in field goal range. They'll get up there, they'll clock the ball, and flag. What's the flag for? I think it's on the Bears. I think they got flag maybe for holding the guy down, not letting him get up, like delay of game kind of stuff. I'm not sure. Personal foul on the defense. I don't know what it was for exactly. Unnecessary roughness. Okay. Well, somebody, that was it? That was unnecessary roughness? Oh my God. That was not unnecessary roughness. That's a terrible call. That is a terrible, terrible call. The Rams obviously will take it, gets them within easier field goal range. Now, it's conceivable the Rams are going to do something really dumb here and take a shot at the end zone. But if they are going to do that, they better take a shot at the end zone. You don't want to throw it at the 5 yard line, take a while to tackle, have to run to the line, have no timeouts left. Too sketch. The throw is incomplete. There's now 14 seconds left in the half. And the Rams will probably at this point take another shot at the end zone, I guess. I don't know. I'd be a little hesitant to get too aggressive here. If you trust your quarterback to not make any risky throws, then fine. But like if I'm the Rams coaching staff, definitely after this play, if it doesn't work, if they don't get into the end zone, I'd kick the field goal. You don't want to run the risk of it running out of time, it being fourth down. There's 9 seconds left. Yes, technically you can take another shot at the end zone and probably have clock left before trotting your field goal unit out there. But I just trot them out there right now. No, they're gonna go for another shot at the end zone. I think this is a little risky. Obviously, the Bears know for sure the pass is going into the end zone or very close to the goal line. So it's going to be extra hard to find an open receiver in there. Stafford drops back to pass, throws it out of the back of the end zone. Hi, Jero Inidhoff. Much love and greetings from Greenland. Please don't invade us. You can make your drinks cool again. Hi, Greenland. Not planning on doing any invasion of Greenland. Obviously, there's this guy who likes to talk about stuff like that. We all have our fingers crossed that there's a lot more talking than following through on stuff like that. Hopefully, 10-10 is the score. The Rams had one chance to kick a field goal, did kick it, so the game is tied. Chicago had 3 chances to kick a field goal, kicked one of them, so the game is tied. The coach of the Bears has only himself to blame for the fact that the game is tied right now. If he goes in the locker room and says, guys, listen, we played good, we just played even with them. If I were a player, I'd say, excuse me, we did not play even. We played better than them, except you turned up your nose at 2 perfectly good field goals. Score works in the Bears' favor. Could it be better? Yes, I think so. I mean, I don't think the Bears should be disappointed by the score at halftime. I'm just saying that the players should be disappointed in the coach for passing up on those field goals. Especially because he can't pretend like he didn't think about it, because I was there telling him the whole time, kick the field goal. Now it's time to make some dinner. It really is strange to see how commonplace passing up field goals is to go for it on fourth in situations where it really just doesn't make any sense. It didn't used to be like that. In the old days, people would get mad because their coaches were too conservative and would punt on 4th and 1 from the 45-yard line or something. Where does this trash can go? Where did it come from?
It's not the. It's not the.
It's not the kitchen. There's another trash can in the kitchen already.
Bathroom?
Maybe in the master bathroom? That's possible.
Or maybe it was from upstairs in the bedroom.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it back up there after I'm done cooking dinner. Okay. Welcome to today's episode of Cooking with Eric. One of the things that you may have noticed in cooking things in your own life is that a necessary part of the cooking process involves some dishes, some cleaning, some preparing, etc. The last time I cooked, I left this dish dirty. So I'm going to need to clean it. It's a pan. I need to clean it before I start cooking anything in this pan. But I just realized that I think I will cook something in this pan. So I will clean it. But I can actually get started on everything else before I clean the pan, because I plan to do rice and broccoli. Yes, there will be a meat to go with it as well, but I can do that last, and I'll clean this pan after I get the rice started. So we'll turn on some lights, more lights in here. Here we've got pot. We'll use that to cook the rice in. Eric, will you teach us how to do this? Yes, I will. So, we're additionally going to steam some broccoli. Accordingly, I'll need to put some water in this. You might be asking yourself, how much water do you put in this? Not that much. This is fine. The reason you don't need that much is because you're just going to use it to steam the broccoli. I'll give this a little time. Just sit here before I put the fire on, because the broccoli is going to take only 6 minutes of steaming. The rice takes a total of 30 minutes. And then the meat, well, that can take a varying amount of time. But I think tonight I'm going to use smoked sausage. So it's already pre-cooked. You just have to heat it up. First step, now that I've got the pots and pan stuff set up, is to get the rice out of the cabinet. Here we have rice. I've elected to use premium jasmine rice, also called Typology, and I've selected the Super Lucky Elephant brand of rice. I think this is good rice. It's the same kind I always get. Next, move that temporarily. No, put that there. My mistake. We'll get the cup. This scoops up 1 cup of stuff. And we'll make it flat. That's good. Put that right in there. Okay. Now, if you've tried to cook rice before and had problems, I'm going to cue you on a little tip here. Don't just cook the rice like this in the pot. Put water in. 1 cup of water. And 2 cups of water. Just like a mama made. Okay, give it a little push, a little jostle to break up any clumps of kernels. Grains, you might call them. Bring this over here, as per me. We're going to turn this on like so. We're going to leave that be. Put it at 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Now, we're going to take a gander at the goose over here. Here we go, we've got some broccoli. So, since we're doing wow, this is a big broccoli, so I guess I will rinse this off first. There we go. Now we'll get a knife, like so, and we're going to cut the florets with short stems. Rachel's not a fan of the stem, really. I do.
I don't mean to not eat it. It's just I eat the top first.
It's fine. Okay, this one. This one will break it into pieces like this. And we'll, like so. Put that like this. Okay. Now, got some more broccolis. Okay. This one. That. All of these. And then this will go in the compost pile. Leave that here for now. Put this back. Then we'll take this out. Put it over here. Put this on. And we'll start heating up this water. Okay. We'll put this in the trash. And we can turn our attention to this pan. Contaminated water. Okay. This spatula is not very clean, but you know, good enough, I guess. Good enough for stirring around the meat. Now let's put a little soap in here. A little doop. We're going to give it a scrub-garoo, like Bubs would do. This pan is pretty stained, so it's never going to look super clean, but I'll get the actual grease and kick on stuff off. Alright, good. Now we've got this pan ready for deployment to a rack. I will have to reorganize the stovetop here. Probably put the steaming in the back. Would be a good idea. Yes, that's better. Okay. Leave that go for a bit there by itself. Let me get a beverage that's not coffee. Man cannot live on coffee alone. I've got sunshine. Alright, let's check out what's going on in the football game. Is it still halftime? Is it still tied? No, it's the third quarter. The Rams have the ball. They hand the ball off to number 80 something. And he gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Number 88 does. You've got a summer sausage, huh? Have you checked the calendar, T-Bag? It's winter time. Time out, time out, time out. Oh, too late. You didn't get your time out in time, and that play got blown up. Now it's 2nd and 10. Oh, good throw. Good gain. About 6 yards or so for the Rams. It's going to bring a 3rd down, but a manageable 3rd down. Mumpfield. I'm thinking you're going to hear the beep, beep, beep of the timer. At that point, will mark the moment when I turn the rice down. It begins its 22-minute long journey. There it is, as predicted. Here comes a throw behind the receiver. No chance for a completion there. The Rams are going to have to punt the ball. All right, Rice. We're going to put this lid on and turn you down to low, 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 low. Seems about right. 22 minutes on the clock. Water's still starting to get hot. Let's go ahead and get smoked sausage. A very excellent ingredient to use. Like Spam, it has, for the same reason that Spam is a good ingredient. It's pre-cooked, so it doesn't really matter how much you cook this thing. And it's like hard to burn, hard to overcook. So hard to undercook, hard to overcook. And it's like the right amount of meat for 2 people. What more do you want in an ingredient? So I'm guessing the Rams punted while I was in the kitchen. Fuck yeah, sausage. Or are you saying, fuck your sausage? Hillshire Farms. I played a game the other day in a live stream where I told people I got a smoked sausage. They're going to put it in use here. You guessed the brand. What kind of smoked sausage did I get? I thought people would guess Hillshire Farms kind of right away, but in fact, I got Jimmy Dean. I got some other fairly famous brand that I don't remember at the moment. But they did not guess Hillshire Farms. When I asked the question, I was thinking, well, there's really only one major brand of these things, right? No, there are several, I guess. Okay. I can hear you sizzling. It's your way of saying, hey, Eric, I'm getting going over here. I've got these tongs here, but I'm going to leave this as one piece for a while before I start chopping it up into pieces. I won't really need the tongs until I start chopping it up into pieces. When I chop it, I put it like that. How's the water coming? Getting hot, still not boiling. Alright, well, let's let all of this do its thing for a little while. It is true that when I'm cooking this sausage, I like to put a little bit of liquid on the bottom. But it's kind of I fooled Aaron because that would help there a bit. And you don't have too much liquid. It's fine. Okay. We'll put this lid on and let that cook away in that liquid for a minute while we go check on the football game. So, I see the Bears have just come down with quite a catch there, Mr. Middle. Is that your name? Quite an impressive catch. It's 3rd and 1 for the Bears. They're from their own 14-yard line, though. I think Caleb Williams got it. Looks like he did. All that zip. I'm not hungry at the moment. All that zip. Did he get there? I would say yes, he did probably get there. I mean, in the last little push, he definitely did, but maybe not prior to that. That'd be called a winner right there. Caleb Williams somehow getting just past the line of scrimmage on a play where it looked like he was stopped behind the line. Making the plays when he needs to. Drops back to pass, fakes the handoff. I'm not sure anybody bought on that play action, but big hit. Did he drop it? He dropped it, yeah. That was a big hit. I'm going to finish cooking, and then I think I'll end the stream and we can eat dinner, watch a little football, unless you want it. It's Bears hand it off, get a good run from number 4, who weaves his way out past the 20. All right, let's check on this. Well. What have we here? If it isn't my sweet, sweet summer child. All right. Doesn't seem to be burning. Doing fine. Let me check out the game for a bit. Bears fans are cheering. Number 62 highlighted in this replay. He successfully does not commit the holding penalty. So good for him. 1st and 10, Chicago. At their own 28-yard line. Handoff. The running back gets 4 yards out of that. A sprightly 4 yards. It's going to bring up 2nd down. Bears breaking huddle at the line. Caleb Williams calls an audible. Up under center, takes the snap, fakes the pitch, tries to roll out, but into heat for number 34. No, he didn't catch it. Almost laid out. Good try, not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one imagines when they drew that play up that they would they would think it was contingent on that defender not being right there in Caleb Williams' face. That either the play action made him bite or he was on some other assignment. But it's impressive the way that even though that play was doomed from the start, it was almost a completion. The Bears are going to have to punt now on this 4th and 6. Fourth and 6. The punter waits for the snap, snaps it, gets it, punts it away. It's fair caught at the 23-yard line for the Rams. That's going to bring up a first down for the Rams offense after these important messages. At least we can say that we didn't try. Come on, baby. Not trying to be mean. But it seems like somebody's giving up on their dreams. So the water is starting to boil here in the back. I think I'll just turn that off for a second. God damn it. Turn that off for a second because it only needs like 6 minutes of boiling, of steaming, so give it a few more minutes, turn it back on, put the broccoli on for steaming. In the interim, let's go take a gander at the football game. I also need to go to the bathroom pretty soon, but I want to get this cooking done first. Commercial in the football game still. So, more again, I'm not sure which. Maybe you'll never be famous, and you're go. Friday, February 6th is the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics. I'm not, frankly, I guess, at all interested in watching the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics, but I am interested in watching the Winter Olympics. Rams, 1st and 10. Stafford drops back in the pocket, gets sacked, fumbles the ball, but lands on his own fumble. And catastrophe was averted there, just barely, by a lucky bounce. Also turn this off for a bit, I guess. Or should I switch these around? Okay, fine. I won't switch this around. Do this. All right, there. All right, 3rd and 8 now for the Rams. And Matt Stafford from the shotgun, single back formation. Man in motion. Seems to be a bit of confusion now. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Hike. They got it off in time. Pass to the receiver on the little wide receiver screen on the right. They do not get the first down. The Rams are going to have to punt. Bears defense is celebrating, and Caleb Williams will once again find the ball in his hands with a chance to score some points for the Chicago Bears. This is Eric Strauss here on the Bears Radio Network, giving you all the sights of the game through your ears. The punt is away. It's a good punt. Drives the receiver back. He muffs the punt, but then picks up the ball on the bounce. He manages to squirm his way forward for maybe a 10-yard return, but the Bears will start fairly deep in their own end with poor field position. Now I know what you're saying. Eric, isn't it time for you to put the broccoli on? It is. It is indeed. I mean, not quite really, but yes, actually, sort of. There we go. It's gonna get more like 7.5 minutes, probably. Or, 7 minutes, 15 seconds or something, rather than 6 minutes. But these are very big broccolis, so you might need a little bit more time. But I think I'm going to end this so that when we watch the game here, once you feed us, then we can watch it with the volume on.
Okay.
Pay attention to the game. For those of you still here, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. And I'll see you again soon.